In a few moments, let's call the meeting to order. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order at 6:04 p.m. We give the floor to Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I pray everyone has had a great day. This evening, we're going to have Minister Veronica Taylor to come and give us our invocation to see. I'll say a benediction.
First, I honor God, who's the head of my life. To this honorable body, bow your heads and let's give God a thanks for this day and the rest of this day. Father God, as I come humble as I know how, I need you to continue to protect this world and protect us from ourselves. I need you to give clarity to each and every one here and in this city and across this world. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we now, as a community, have a moment of silence. We've just received word that Hazel Cadd, who served the city of Pontiac as a volunteer on the Pontiac Planning Commission and also on the Pontiac School Board, she has recently passed away in the last few days. We also remember Brian Peters, who served for over 2 decades in the Pontiac Police Department, rising up ultimately to the rank of captain with the Pontiac Police Department. We will be having resolutions honoring them for their service to the city of Pontiac next week. Please join us right now for a moment of silence as a community. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington. Present. Goodman. James. Here. McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, we do anticipate Councilman Goodman will be joining us, but belatedly, so we will not have a motion to excuse him since he'll be with us. Is there a motion to adopt this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That is the motion now before us. I have heard of 2 potential amendments to be considered, as well as a point of information. Councilman Nicholson, you want to do your point of information?
Yes, Council President, can you explain for the public's benefit the purpose of agenda item number 15?
All right, so agenda item number 15, resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance to appropriate the sums of money necessary to meet the expenditures set forth in the budget recommended for the operation of the city of Pontiac, Michigan to defray the debts, expenditures, and liabilities of said city for the fiscal year beginning the first day of July 2023. So a shorthand version is that's the first reading of our city's fiscal year budget from the July 1st to June 30th, 2023 to 2024. Clerk Doyle or Deputy Mayor, is this sort of like the legalese that the state of Michigan wants? So that's why we've structured it that way? The clerk says yes. But so if anyone wants to speak to the budget during agenda address, that would be the item on the agenda, number 15. It does require at least 2 readings. We've intentionally started the readings early in June, so that way we meet the state deadline towards the end of June, so that way our budget is approved and in place. Did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the administration has asked for an amendment to be considered, a resolution to approve an application and contract for a Juneteenth fireworks display on June 17th, 2023. Is there a motion to amend the agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
And is there a second? It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Parker that that resolution be added.
Information.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a list how much it's actually going to cost the citizens in the contract.
The resolution does state an amount not to exceed $22,500. So when we debate it, we can find out what's the funding source for that.
Thank you.
So we can, let's say the best place for that is it can be the new number 9, and all the other resolutions come down before that.
Sorry, President. I'm trying to separate the chicken issue from the transitional housing.
Okay, so we still have the motion on the Juneteenth resolution. Resolution on Juneteenth fireworks. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on whether we want to add that to the agenda? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on adopting the amendment to the agenda, adding that resolution.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes?
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes. 6
yeas, no nays.
Okay, so that motion passes. That amendment's in the main motion before us. Councilman Goodman asked for a motion to amend to add a discussion, which will be the new number 18 in terms of a debrief on the warrant clinic that concluded. And then I would like a discussion on the Pride and Beautification Awards nominations now being available, which would be the new number 19. Is there a move?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second, but I also have another discussion.
Okay. Well, how about you let me know? We might just be able to add that bad boy in. What's your discussion as well?
I've been asked for the administration to clarify whether the work on Woodward is going to stop the Woodward Dream Cruise in August.
All right. So we've got warrant, clinic, Pride and Beautification nominations,
I do have one.
and Woodward Dream Cruise, and yours?
Mine is about the discussion of South Boulevard and Crystal Lake, the updates on the removal of the dumping.
South Boulevard dumping. So, Councilman Rutherford, do you still move to add the discussion items, these 4?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second?
What is she adding? I didn't hear.
It's discussion items, so it'll be after public, or it can be before public comment. We could do it after public comment, but before the closed session, warrant clinic debrief, Pride and Beautification Awards, Woodward Dream Cruise impacted by construction, and then the South Boulevard dumping update. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford and seconded by
Parker.
Councilman James.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Dual seconding. Any further discussion on those 4 discussions? Warrant clinic debrief, Pride and Beautification nominations open, construction, what it means for Woodward Dream Cruise, and then status update for South Boulevard dumping. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adding those discussions. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes?
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Those discussion items have been added. Councilman Rutherford has flagged ordinances, on the zoning ordinance text amendment regarding separating the questions of unlicensed residential facilities from the question about keeping of household animals or pets, and poultry as well. Because of the way that it's noticed, what we'll have to do is do an amendment once we get to that item.
Okay.
About sort of separating them if that's the will of the council.
Okay.
Any further discussions on the agenda as amended? Changes, corrections? All right. Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda has been adopted. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. It has 2 sets of meeting minutes for the May 25th City Council meeting, special meeting on the budget, and the May 30th meeting of the City Council. Roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Yes.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. We are now at our first of 2 special presentations. Just very briefly, we wanted to elevate and recognize the names. Pontiac High School graduating seniors who were recognized as Oakland County top scholars. So we wanted to celebrate them. We know that the school board and school district has continued to celebrate them. But on behalf of the entire city of Pontiac, we want to congratulate Maria Alvarez, Jonathan Lopez, Dalia Martinez, Leonel Martinez, Angel Cerna, Socorro Serene Simmons, and Sarah Chu for being the top scholars in Oakland County, hailing from the high schools in Pontiac. Any further discussion on this brief item? Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to say this is a great moment for these students, and what will be even a greater moment is that next year when we do the graduation is that some of the city officials are there and present to welcome them and to congratulate them. I was told that no city official attended the graduation, found it kind of perplexed, so next year that when we're honoring these students, we need to put on the good foot and be there to honor them, me included. That's all I got.
Further discussion on this special presentation? Councilwoman James.
Just one word, awesome.
Amen. On behalf of the entire city, we celebrate their hard work, and you can check out their biography, some of their accomplishments. They definitely went above and beyond in terms of extracurricular activities, scholastic achievements. Many of them are pursuing very unique and interesting career and education choices, and we are standing strongly behind them and all graduates of the Pontiac High School this year. All right. To our second special presentation, we wanted to make note that right now the NBA Finals Championships are underway, and a Pontiac, Michigan product, Jamal Cain of Pontiac, is a player on the Miami Heat. So we just wanted to call that out, celebrate them, and even if you're rooting for the other team, you better be rooting for him. Any further discussion on this special presentation? Who's been watching? Councilwoman Rutherford.
I'm rooting for Miami, so I want them to go all the way. But I think it's important that we showcase our brightest and best. And this is another example of what can happen when we have true support from the city. So we should all be wearing Miami Heat jerseys this week. That's all I got.
All right, all right.
Further discussion on the special presentation?
I was about to ask, was the council gonna be providing the jersey, because I wear them.
So I will go look on the NBA.com and see how much they is. And then we'll go from there.
Parker on the back.
I put Melly Mel on the front. I got it. I'm with it.
Any further discussion on this special presentation? On behalf of the entire city of Pontiac, we are rooting for your success, Mr. Kane. All right, we are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials that wish to speak in their elected capacity?
Just want to make sure your mic is on so they can hear you at home.
Push that? Okay. I'll start again.
You are indeed elected
I
by
am indeed
precinct,
elected.
but because of the rules of the council, we aren't able to speak on explicit campaign items. And
Well, I'm not going to speak on specific campaign items. But I am an elected official. Is that correct? as a precinct delegate.
You are elected to
I
a party
want
position.
to, yeah, I want to bring attention to the fact that African Americans struggled long and hard to vote, and there is no excuse not to vote. And so I'm asking all people, not only African Americans, but especially African Americans, that our forefathers gave up their lives to vote. They paid to vote. They took tests to vote. We don't have those tests. We still have some suppression going on, but I want to encourage everyone to vote. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. Tamika Ramsey, I'm Chair for the Pontiac Charter Revision Commission. And just wanted to update the public. We recently learned at our last meeting that our timeline had been pushed up, that the clock started when the voters said yes to the question and not when we were elected. And so we are going to move to having meetings twice a month, and we will keep everybody engaged. The most important thing is that we have community education and outreach. The last charter was done beautifully, and I just think one of the reasons why it was voted down was because people didn't know what was in it, or they had questions. And when people have doubts, they usually vote no. And so we are going to be expediting doing community outreach and trying to reach everyone, but we need people to start coming to the meetings as we will start working on the charter probably the beginning of next month. And so if anybody has any questions, we meet the third Thursday? But what Thursday? The fourth Thursday of every month. This month it will be June 22nd. At that meeting, we are going to work on scheduling every meeting going forward twice a month. And so it will continue to be on the fourth Thursday, but we will add a date and we'll make sure that we get that information to the council and to the public as well. So once again, our timeline has been pushed up, and so we don't have as much time as we initially anticipated, and we need to continue to do public education and outreach. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Wertheimer, and I am the Policy Director for State Representative Brenda Carter. Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for allowing me to address you this evening. Rep. Carter has had the pleasure of partnering with the City of Pontiac in 2023 for the Juneteenth Parade. The parade will be taking place Saturday, June 17th at 4 p.m. Now, lineup for parade participants is going to start at 3 p.m. The parade is going to run from Bagley and Wesson Street to Saginaw and Pike Street, and there is going to be parade parking at Trinity Missionary Baptist and the Bowen Center. If you are interested in registering for the parade, please do so as soon as possible by emailing Rep. Carter at brendajcarter29@gmail.com, or you can email me at jwertheimer53. That's JWERTHEIMER53@gmail.com, or you can give us a call at 586-701-0431. That phone number again, 586-701-0431. And if you have questions about the parade or anything going on in the state right now, we do have some upcoming coffee hours. Rep. Carter's coming to town on Monday, June 12th from 8:30 to 9:30. She will be at Goldner Walsh Garden and Home, which is at 559 Orchard Lake Road in Pontiac. And then also on June 12th, she's going to be at the Waterford Senior Center, which is 3621 Pontiac Lake Road in Waterford, and that's going to be from 12 to 1. And we'd love to see you all there. Now, as always, if you have any questions or concerns about the state, about the parade, about wanting to just chat with your representative, we're happy to talk to you. The number for our office is 517-373-2577. That phone number again, 517-373-2577. And our email is brendacarter@house.mi.gov. Thank you.
Any further elected officials that wish to speak during recognition of elected officials? All right, with that, we are now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, the request this evening.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Patrice Waterman.
Good evening. I see that there are several things on this agenda that I want to address, but my main concern right now is this animal ordinance that you got. Today I question, is Pontiac still a city? I just want to know. Are we still a city? We're not a township or farmland, so I want to know how you can fathom or justify changing an ordinance allowing 6 chickens, dogs, cats, up to 9 total. Code enforcement can't keep up with the illegal dumping and abandoned vehicles, and how will they be able to monitor if people got 6 chickens, dogs, and cats in their backyards? And if you do this, are you going to mandate that these people have privacy fences? Because I do know a lot of people have taken pride, and you just spoke, Mr. President, about pride and beautification. People take a lot of pride in their backyards and different things, and now they're going to have to look over into somebody's yard and see coops, dog kennels, and whatever. You know, it just amazes me. You know, how many of you sitting up there will this affect? Because I've heard that somebody stated that since it didn't affect them, it was okay. Well, it ain't okay with me. And I've lived in this city for quite some time, and I'm not here to see that there's going to be 6 chickens, dogs, and cats in somebody's backyard. And furthermore, I also see here item number 17, you're going into closed session. I really hope this matter gets taken care of because we've lost 22 retirees. This has gone on for 1.5 years. It's time to get this matter taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waterman. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Good to see a former council president at our meeting. And I, too, was surprised that this matter that I thought had been taken care of with the settlement I did when I was mayor to get the mayors, to get the retirees their health care. Another proposal that I had to get to increase the amount of pension benefit everybody got that would have been easily done. I don't know why that's got stalled again. But at any rate, what I wanted to speak to was item number 15. And that was the one that you gave some explanation about. And that is the one that's is the first reading of an ordinance to approve appropriations for the amount that Pontiac needed related to the budget. And as I got this agenda and read over it, I looked for the packet information about number 15, and there's nothing there. So, Council, how are you going to approve a first reading for something we don't even have? Where is the reading and what information is? And if it's emergency funding associated with the budget before you actually pass the budget, somebody needs to know how much that is. Is it $50 million, $100 million, $200 million? So this is in keeping with the Open Meetings Act. You're supposed to inform the public what you are voting on, and there's nothing in the packet that has it. It's just blank when you go to those pages. And this is unusual for the way that this is done. And I know, Council, the administration makes up the packet for you, but this reflects on you, Council. This is your meeting. And so you're supposed to be able to be, you know, talking with the people about knowing what they're supposed to know and not having this slip by. So I'm very curious about how you're going to handle this. I also sent you a letter about something else that was a surprise to you last meeting, which caused a big controversy, and that was the buyout that's being given for $19 million to the developer who stiffed us on $18 million worth of repairs and left Pontiac in debt. It's not only $6 million, but we put $7 million down, and he's being let, instead of being able to make
That does
to do
conclude
that,
your time.
he's been given a buyout of $19 million.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Kermit Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Council President McGinnis, Council Pro Tem Mr. Carrington, and all the council people, and also Deputy Mayor. First of all, just as a procedural thing, you don't vote on the first reading, so I want to make sure the public knew that they won't be voting on that item tonight as far as the budget, so I just want to put that out there. Second thing is I want to speak on the Phoenix Center settlement. A lot of time has been spent dealing with the Phoenix Center, but the global settlement agreement basically sold the towers to a private developer and then gave the city, not the Phoenix Center structure, but the amphitheater on top to run. So by getting out from under the Phoenix Center, this is not a duty of the council or the mayor to expedite that because they don't own the building at all. I wanted to be clear that we had to pay because we lost in court several times with injunctions that started with the emergency manager and then continued on through the last administration that left us in peril. And there's newsletters that we paid for with taxpayer dollars to say that if we didn't do something with the Phoenix Center, the taxpayers could lose up to $75 million. Now that that is out of the way, the city, in combination with some other people, which I did not vote on that deal to agree with, basically paid the owners of the tower altogether $20 million to get out of town. In that $20 million, the towers went away from city control, the Phoenix Center parking structure went away from city control, and the amphitheater on top was supposed to be managed and run by the city, who doesn't have additional dollars to put into an amphitheater that has not been used in almost 10 years. So what I wanted to say to the general public, because this was an agenda item, if the city can find a way to use those towers to bring businesses to our ailing downtown to create foot traffic, please do that. And also consider looking at a water feature. I don't have a clock on, so I think my time is up, but I thank y'all so much for indulging me, and I just wanted the general public to know that the city of Pontiac no longer has a stake in this deal other than making sure that the amphitheater is run correctly and the citizens don't have the money to pour into that. So if the county can buy this property, please do not poo-poo the idea until after the ink is dry. Then you can complain about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Bill Maxey, I believe. What item of agenda address?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. To piggyback off of what Patrice Wardman was saying about live chickens, let me give you a shocker. In the backyard, the last time some of our residents have goats in the backyard. When are we going to stop? This is a city. It's okay to have your pets. Fine. Pets are for protection. I guess I'll have to get a picture of the goats and bring it down here to the council. The ordinance. It's hard to keep your dogs and your cats in. Who's going to enforce? Of course, court enforcement. I'm not saying that they're not going to do the job, but we have to be very careful of keep adding, identify pets. I try to remember, did someone tell me something about a pet pig in the backyard? I can't say that for sure. The summary is this. Ms. Waterman stated exactly how many of the residents feel about your personal pets and the dog. I mean, personal pets in the backyard. I'm going to make sure that the pig in the backyard of this residence, if I can, I'll get a picture. But you don't need to improve or increase chickens, goats, and pigs in this ordinance. Think about it. Drive around the city. And I'm not going to name the council person that have had the goats in the backyard, but I'll get proof. Pay attention, please. This is a city. This is not a farm. If you want to go to a farm, then, hey, so be it. do so. Just letting you know that she's not the only one, and other citizens are quiet. And they come to us and they said to us what they don't say to the council person. I understand that. But please think this over carefully. This is not a yard stock. This is a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I walked in a little bit late, and I didn't have a chance to review the agenda for tonight, but I noticed that the animals and the chickens and the pigs is still being talked about. And I hope you folks up there decide that, you know, you're going to do some real strong thinking and consider the citizens who have such animals for pets that they not only eat with, they sleep with. So the lady I heard make a comment about how nasty chickens is and how stink they are and so on and so forth. Well, I wonder if she ever ate any chicken, or did she have a meal on her table that didn't consist of chicken in the old days. My other concern is this plaza. Does Boone X still have a hand in this building, the parking structure? Boone X, I guess that's the name of the company. Anyways, I got my documents that I had for quite a few years, pictures, and I'm curious to know what their position is, if they have a position or ownership in any of our property downtown. I guess I can stop right here and kind of review the agenda, and maybe I'll have some other comments in the next few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Mr. Carrington, I'm trying to think, probably number 5, a little bit of the Phoenix, a little bit the chickens. First, I want to start off with the animal control. This past weekend, I had an encounter with an animal on my street. It was a Saturday. And Mayor, like I stated to you before, we don't have any animal control here. Called them out, couldn't call anybody, called Oakland County. Oakland County sent me to dispatch. Dispatch sent an officer out, taking someone off the street that, you know, need help out in the community right then. But it was warranted because it was loose. He couldn't do anything, he said, because he tried to call someone, but no one to come. So the dog just ran around. We just sit there and watch. That's what I'm talking about with the animal control. I'm not asking anyone to take the animal, but there are people here that don't take care of the animals the way they should. They be getting off the leash, and somebody, kid or me, is going to get hurt one day with these animals. And all I'm going to tell them, they're going to have to do something, because this is not working what we got now. And to go to the Phoenix Center, I want to say this. The Phoenix Center is, when I was on council, it was the biggest mystery of my life. It went through one hand to another hand, and now they've changed it to another administration. First of all, you need an audit to find out what's really going on with Phoenix Center. The problem I have with the Phoenix Center deal is that our mayor is standing before an economic group talking about issues of the Phoenix Center, and we didn't even know anything about it. I hope everyone watched the economic meeting on May 17th. There's something fishy about Phoenix Center. It went from one person to another person, and I have a document here where back in 2014, where the judge ordered the county to pay the fixtures and everything on the Phoenix Center that I got here. I'm gonna read that later when I come back up later. That's my concern. It's not so much, and don't be so quick to jump on the road. We jumped on a lot of other things and didn't turn out right. They're gonna bring 400, 600 jobs. They're gonna bring. They're not gonna give to us. They're gonna bring. We want them to come to us.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes our agenda address, President McGinnis.
All right, we are now at the ordinances. There are a number of them this evening. Councilwoman Rutherford has expressed interest in considering the content separately. So one being related to unlicensed residential facilities, and the other being keeping of household animals or pets and poultry. So the city's attorney has prepared language, if that's the will of this council, to basically still consider them, but consider them sort of cluster of issues by cluster of issues. City attorney, just a thumbs up, am I correct in saying that we would first move to separate them, and then we would move one approval or not, and then move the household pets and animals approval or not?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly how I would do it.
So, Pro Tem Carrington, you want to speak to whether we separate them or not?
Yes, I think it's a good idea to separate them.
Okay. So, Councilwoman Rutherford, would you move to consider the second reading of the amendments to the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to amend Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.502, boarding or lodging houses, amend Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.506, state licensed residential facilities and/or homes, add Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.507, unlicensed residential facilities and/or homes, amend Article 3, Chapter 2, Section 3.203, uses requiring special exception permit, and amend Article 7, Chapter 2, Section 7.201, residential uses separately from the amendment to Article 4, Chapter 2, Section 4.206, subsection A, subsection 3, keeping of household animals or pets permitted.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
So it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we essentially are just going to split this bad boy to take them with residential facilities and animals and pets, so that way it doesn't get clouded, because there's a lot of moving parts with those issues. So it's been moved and seconded. For further context, we appreciate that the staff and administration is working to review all of our ordinances, find the shortcomings, find the things don't line up. And this is an example where, as they're finding them, they're bringing them in clusters, in groups. But for the sake of clarifying this debate and making sure the public's able to follow the moving parts, we thought for this particular one, since they're very different topics, that we'll want to sort of handle them cluster by cluster. So if the majority vote carries that. So is everyone clear on the vote before us? It's just sort of saying, for the second reading of the ordinance, we're going to consider those separately. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on that motion.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Now, is there a motion to approve the second reading of the amendments to the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance regarding residential facilities and homes?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. And again, this is Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.502, boarding or lodging houses, amending Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.506, state licensed residential facilities and/or homes, adding Article 2, Chapter 5, Section 2.507, unlicensed residential facilities and/or homes, amend Article 3, Chapter 2, Section 3.203, uses requiring special exception permit, and amend Article 7, Chapter 2, Section 7.201, residential uses. So that's a lot of formal language. We just want to make sure it's at least on the record. Now let's talk in terms of, practically speaking, what are we talking about? So Mayor and Administration.
Thank you, Council President. I'll turn it over to Manager Yandrick. I know we've had a fair amount of discussion about this already, but I want Manager Yandrick to have an opportunity to add any additional information that he may have, and obviously I want to make sure City Council has an opportunity to ask any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one presentation because this did go to Planning Commission as one public hearing, but I will be talking about the group homes and the licensed residential facilities in just a second. So this is the process for these zoning text amendments. Just to reiterate, tonight is the City Council's second reading of this. And I will get to the chickens, pets, and livestock a little later. Regarding the group homes, as it was advertised for the public hearing, the rationale was the city has current regulations in our zoning and municipal ordinances on state licensed residential facilities and homes. There is not clear language on unlicensed facilities. The city is proposing definitions for clarity of different types of land uses, such as dwelling units, in these proposals. And additionally, the city is proposing to increase the buffer yard distance from 500 feet to a half mile to prevent the cluster of neighborhoods. Based on the discussion at the first reading, I did want to update the public and city council that because it was a minor nomenclature, the city has amended the proposal tonight that in state licensed residential facilities would say and/or homes, and then unlicensed residential facilities would also say and/or homes. It gives an inclusion to the different types of uses that these are categorized as. And to Councilmember Nicholson's point, I think with the way the state is aligning some of its terminology aligns with that, and I think the city is trying to represent more fairly for the different uses that are there. Just to highlight the proposed amendments, it establishes unlicensed residential facilities and/or homes as a land use. And as I mentioned, it increases the separation distance from 500 feet to a half mile for licensed facilities and/or homes, unlicensed facilities and/or homes, and boarding houses. Now, these regulations the existing facilities that are permitted and licensed are exempt. These amendments tonight would only apply to future applicants. And then the corresponding municipal code amendments establishes the registration system for the annual inspections. And that would be, I believe, item number 4 on the agenda this evening. With unlicensed residential facilities and homes, as I mentioned, we're establishing the definition, and the proposal in Table 2 is that the land use would be restricted to the multifamily dwelling elevator apartment zoning district. The district is similar to R3, but has flexible zoning requirements that are different than R3, highlighted by the elevator. And this is really thought to be a zone that gives accommodations for accessibility where needed for this type of use. And as I mentioned in the first reading, there are approximately 5 zones in the city. One located on this, excuse me just a second. The first is located on Gillespie down in District 1, thank you. And then the other 4 are located on the east side of the city, 1 south of Auburn here, and then there's 3 around the M59 corridor. So as a summary with the zoning text amendments, this establishes definitions for clarity, it aligns with the municipal code, and it really is proposing amendments that balance the competing interests for residential properties and neighborhood uses. There are, as mentioned in the staff report, there is a fear of a lot of these establishments, and while the city is supportive of these establishments, we're trying to prevent clustering to protect our neighborhoods. So with that, Planning Commission made a recommendation. The 3 recommendations that are up there do not apply to these residential facilities. So with that is my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions that City Council may have.
Thank you. Deliberations now. Again, this is the second reading, so if there is an ultimate vote tonight, then it would become the law of the land for the city of Pontiac, so to speak, with a buffer period of a few days for it to be enacted. Councilor Rutherford, first on the speakers list.
Thank you. So we do know that there's justice impacted people oftentimes have a hard or difficult enough time finding housing. How are we going to make sure that they're insured with this new R zoning? For example, there are a large amount of transitional housing in District 1 that you guys have not inspected, correct? Because you're saying that this is going to help you be able to inspect it. I just want to make sure you clarify what is the purpose of this, because you still haven't inspected the ones that we already have. So why are we changing it into R zone? And we're limited to 1 street only on District 1. In District 1, you're limited the rest of them to District 7. So how is this going to justify the means that you're trying to do tonight?
Sure. One of the things that this does is establishes the registration program for unlicensed facilities. There is not something in place right now. There's a fear from the city that while some of these may be very successful, healthy to residents that are living there, there's also concern from others that are not inspected, they're not safe, they're not in good living conditions. So this really establishes that program for the existing uses. The R4 district would only be for future unlicensed facilities that would be proposed in the city.
while I understand that, my hesitation, and that's why I'm deeply concerned, is that what are you going to deal with the people who can't afford, who literally can't afford to live in the housing structure we have now? For example, in District 1 on Golf Drive, a one-bedroom in the new places that's owned by Bill Chalmers is $1,200 in transitional housing, or where they have upper dwellers and lower dwellers, they can get a two-bedroom to $900. This is limiting these people to having options. Do you not agree?
It does allow a limit in the city, restricting it to a zoning district. So, and this is really going into the city's future plan for the housing plan of determining what our policy is as a city moving forward for all different types of housing needs.
Councilman Nicholson?
So if an operator like the one I work for, if JARC came to the city of Pontiac and wanted to start an unlicensed or licensed program in a residential house, let's say in my district in Indian Village, if they inherited a home, let's say somebody donated it to our organization, could we come before city council and request that the zoning be changed to R4 for that parcel? No.
For an unlicensed facility, yes. Actually, for either. An applicant could come forward with a rezoning request.
Okay, so then it could create the planning commission and ultimately the city council to be more deliberative of where and how and when they approve those.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I know my district is overran with them, and I don't know if they licensed or unlicensed. I know in the southwest part of the 6th district, we got issues with these particular homes. The no's have 3 or 4. I don't know if they licensed or unlicensed, but I know they there. So definitely, I'd definitely like to see the distance when it comes to expanding that distance, so to make sure that we spread some of these things out. I just got a call this weekend. I sent that to the mayors as well for that particular building, which is very unkept, to get code enforcement out to this particular facility to make sure that people are not living in poor conditions. But I drove past the building. The outside is definitely, I wouldn't live there even if I was a renter. I would say somewhere else. But the thing is that we have to start reviewing these things to make sure. Right now we have no policy. I don't currently. So I think that we need to move to have a policy where we can give our code enforcement or building instructors the opportunity to make sure that we know what's going on in our communities.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. My question is how did you come up with the half-a-mile distance? What decided that?
We were looking at the city as a whole, and we were looking at kind of what our desire was from a cluster standpoint. The farther you go out, the farther it is. There was no specific rhyme and reason on a half mile other than we were trying to space them out through the city so you did not have multiple ones in a close proximity to each other.
Okay. And then you mentioned, and I wrote it down, and I write it down, I wrote it. And so when you talked, and then the elevated, so then I think you said the ordinance changed where the R4 was a multi-purpose family building.
Yep.
So you said that single homes don't work no more?
Single-family homes could not work in an R4 district, so it would need to be multifamily housing. So, and there are, it may not run as a traditional, an apartment complex. There are some opportunities, but it just allows for multiple units within that area.
So does the homes have to have elevators, since you mentioned it in your description?
There's an option for elevators, correct.
Okay. And so a duplex wouldn't work?
I believe a duplex would work in the R4 district, and a single family would not, though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman James?
I wonder if we consulted any of the people.
Councilwoman James has the floor.
Who work with returning citizens. I know parole officers, probation officers are faced with finding housing for their parolees and various. Did we reach out to any of these kinds of people to see, get some of their thoughts on this? Because there are a lot of ramifications here. Yeah. In terms of the city, we have to look at our our priorities as a city. We know that we have a very high instance of incarceration. We have a lot of people in this city who are returning residents, and we have a lot of people leaving this city and going to prison. So we need to be thoughtful, very thoughtful, about, you know, how we make these ordinances so that they actually make sense in a working way for all of us. I understand the city's perspective that we want to limit it. We want to be able to register these houses. We want to be able to ensure that people are living in, you know, in decent standards of living. But at the same time, we've got to connect the dots here. You know, we're trying to be more supportive of returning citizens and creating better avenues for these men and women to be able to start their lives over. And we don't, you know, you can't say something on one end, and then on the other end, you're doing everything you can to make that difficult. So some kind of way we've got to find a middle ground here where our policies and procedures are not counteracting what we say we want to do. So that's kind of where I'm concerned that, you know, did we really take, you took zoning into consideration, but did you really take, you know, the city's priorities and their concerns about returning citizens into consideration to talk to some of those people to see what their thoughts are on, you know, what we're proposing?
So for this, and I may ask the deputy mayor if there's any background, but the planning division did not. But part of it from our standpoint was wanting to stabilize and understand what we had now before letting it expand and grow any further in future years. And I think we can continue to have those conversations to see if we need to amend or tweak that. Deputy Mayor, has there been any conversations at the administration level?
Deputy Mayor is next on the speakers list.
So, thank you, Council President. I'll start by saying no, but for my part on the speakers list, I have a couple of questions, which I hope will add, the answers to those questions, I hope will add clarity. From a zoning perspective, the use of these facilities is the equivalent of a multifamily facility, correct?
Correct.
And what we are seeing currently is that individuals will buy homes in single-family neighborhoods, and essentially they are putting apartment buildings in single-family neighborhoods.
It's like that because they're renting rooms most often, yes.
Correct.
Yep.
And the purpose of this is to say single-family neighborhoods should be single-family neighborhoods, and areas that allow for apartment living should allow for apartment living.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
Why are we grandfathering in structures that we know are not registered? That's the first thing. Number two, before you come up there, let me ask them this other one. Number two, we already know that people that are returning citizens can't get housing because there's housing discrimination. This is literally telling these people, you can't come to the city of Pontiac. And I know that y'all want to say it's not, but it is, because we're grandfathering the people that are already doing bad practices. Justify that to me, because it doesn't make sense to me, because there's a large population of returning citizens that are coming home like within August and September that have been in prison for 57 years. Where are they going to go? When you're grandfathering the same places that are not registered, that y'all not in, explain this to me. You can go now.
So this is just the zoning ordinance amendment. We can't make zoning ordinance amendments retroactive. Legally, none of these can apply to already existing facilities or homes in a zoning district. That being said, we've also amended the municipal ordinance, which requires the registration. That can be retroactive. So all of these facilities, state licensed facilities, boarding homes, residential homes, daycares, anything that falls under this state licensed residential facility and or home designation, unlicensed residential facility or home designation, and boarding or lodging houses, they all need to register. They all have to have annual inspections. They all have to receive certificates of occupancy. There is no discrimination when it comes to the enforcement of the municipal ordinance, but the zoning ordinance cannot be retroactive. It's the same as if we changed say the rules for the size of a garage, and we made it smaller. Any house that was built with a garage that was, say, 100 square feet, we changed it to 50 square feet, that wouldn't then suddenly, the 100 square foot garage that was in place when it was legal, wouldn't then suddenly become illegal under the zoning ordinance. So we can't go back and say, hey, you did this when it was okay, but now you're not allowed to do that under the zoning ordinance. So that's the reason that we are saying that none of these zoning ordinance amendments apply retroactively. That being said, these facilities that are currently in operation, while they can physically be placed in a certain area under the current zoning ordinance, that does not mean that they're going to pass inspection under the municipal ordinance.
So I guess my question, my follow-up is, how many inspections are we doing at this time?
We haven't done any because the municipal ordinance hasn't passed. So these have to work in combination. Part of the reason that we're proposing this zoning ordinance amendment is because that adds this definition for this type of housing that then is being used, the definition is then being used in the municipal ordinance. Without adding this definition, we can't amend that municipal ordinance to add this type of facility or home for the inspections. So we really need to pass something that adds these definitions so that we can create the municipal ordinance, which will then give our code enforcement the ability to have these inspections. That's part of the issue.
This ain't it. All right.
Councilman Nicholson?
I have a thought, a comment, and a question. My thought is we have sort of a competing interest going on. We have there's an effort I work in the mental health community, so in that sense, our goal is to put people with developmental disabilities inside the community, right? Pontiac has a long history of facility-based support and care. Putting people with disabilities back into the community, having them live within a traditional residential community is incredible for their survival, their dignity, and their parents are opting for these options because they want them to live adult, successful lives, right? So that's the same thing for somebody who's a returning citizen as they're coming back and learning how to be outside of an institutional setting. It's far more successful if they're embedded within a community. We hear about the places that aren't actually returning citizen, based programs. They're essentially congregate housing where people are stacking beds. Those are the places that we have trouble with. It's not necessarily the places who are doing what they should be doing that we get issues with. In my district along Huron, there's a tremendous amount of large homes where you have 20, 25 people living. So the question that I have is there already in our code a maximum number of people dwelling within a certain amount of square feet?
We have a limit on the number of units. We do not have at least from the zoning and municipal code, we don't have a limit of the bedrooms or occupants that are there. I'm not aware of the building regulations for that.
So to me, that is probably something that's more imperative to safety and health within the neighborhoods, is coming up with some sort of requirement for the type, how many individuals are allowed to live within a residential dwelling. However, facility-wise, when we come to these situations, the reason why we added that is simply because of this home and community-based standards idea, right? And where the state has changed anything that is licensed or unlicensed. Our unlicensed houses still, if there's only 3 people living there, if we're receiving Medicaid dollars to support those individuals, the state licensing and regulatory authority through Oakland Community Health Network comes and audits those homes to make sure that they aren't facility-based because of this huge push to ensure that people are living in the community. So for me, my big concern is that we're making these changes to housing questions part and parcel when we're talking about doing an overall housing study. If there is, and I think maybe Mr. McIntyre is here, could speak to, are there things or adjustments that we can make within other code enforcement ordinances that could help them be able to regulate when we're having these troubles within each community, rather than making this change that could ultimately be changed again when we get the results of a housing study. I just want it to be a more wholesome, activity where, why is there some sort of do we have to make these changes right now, or can we incorporate this into the overall housing strategy?
Deputy Mayor.
I'll yield to the Deputy Mayor.
So that is a great question, and I mean the short answer is yes. You could obviously wait, but that comes with a large price, and that large price is that if regulations are not changed now, the proliferation of what is essentially an apartment dwelling in single-family neighborhoods will continue. And so you will have single-family neighborhoods that will no longer retain their single-family nature. It is especially true of neighborhoods that have very large homes that have low cost to acquire. So we could wait for a housing study, and then by the time we finish with that, if we determine that this is not the direction that we want to move in, we may have seen, more of these pop up. What is being proposed is to say we want to put in a methodology that says multifamily housing should be where multifamily housing is allowed. Single-family housing should be where single-family housing is allowed. And for those properties that are already multifamily properties in single-family districts, they will continue to be allowed so long as they meet the standards of inspection. If they cease to meet the standards of inspection and they fall out of use, attorney, please help me, how long is a property, if a property is grandfathered into use and it falls out of use, how long is it allowed to be out of use before it can retake up that grandfathered status?
So if it's not within the use for 12 months, then it is no longer grandfathered.
So 12 months.
As a follow-up, how come these aren't just treated as rentals? In my field, we have leases with each one of the individuals that live within our homes. So if they're essentially paying for their bedroom, why are we allowing them to be different than a regular rental inspection?
So the difference between this and a regular rental inspection is with a regular rental inspection, I am renting the entire property. On these, I have taken what is a single-family property and turned it into a multifamily property. And so what we are asking is to make that distinction between multifamily properties and single-family properties.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, sir. Quick question. I think you mentioned it earlier. Do you know how many exist currently?
Unfortunately, the city does not have the data at all to understand the unlicensed facilities that are in the city, or the license for that matter.
So if you don't know how many there is, how will you be able to regulate grandfathering?
Part of that is the procedure that with the registration that would be established.
So if I'm not registered now, and this ordinance passes, how will you be sure that I've registered?
So one of the things we do with zoning is there's an affidavit process, and that is notarized, and we use that sometimes if a property has had that continued use, but we don't have the evidence of that. Legally, we are able to use an affidavit process to ensure that that use has continued.
My last question.
Sure.
Based on just a house in general, if it's a single-family home and there's issues, code enforcement still does inspections, correct?
Mostly on the outside of the facility, is that correct?
They do
Manager
inside too,
McIntyre?
don't they?
Yep.
They do inside and outside, don't you, Mr.
Only if it's a rental.
Yeah.
Not for an owner-occupied single-family home. So, is there anyone else who would like to be on the speakers list that hasn't spoken for more than, for two times? Thank you. So what I'd like to, Councilman Goodman.
So part of the problem that we're having, because I agree with a lot of my colleagues that first and foremost, we need to make sure that people have housing in the city. That's we've belabored that point probably enough in these meetings that we need housing for anyone realistically who comes to live in the city. While we're having this discussion about needing to update the zoning ordinance and to do that to create a definition, can we not just create a definition within the ordinance? That way we can begin to have these things to enforce opposed to changing the zoning. Like, can we not actually start walking our way towards enforcing these things? That way we have a clear understanding of what's happening, because it also sounds like we're trying to do this without doing a housing study or overall doing a study about how this would affect the many different groups of people who would need this housing. Like that, and quote, tell me if I'm wrong, it sounds just blatantly from the administration and from the city staff that there has been no real conversation done with the people who are in this process. Would that be correct in saying?
At least from the planning division side, correct.
And so with that, there is a large concern because, again, there are people who need this housing no matter what. I mean, I'm not the one, and I don't think anyone in here thinks that I am when it comes to believing that we should be relaxing regulations and restrictions on housing providers. I am definitely not that person who believes that. But we need to make sure that we're not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because there are a lot of people who need this housing. They are being brought to the city of Pontiac. So what it's sounding like is possible is for us to be able to create a definition in the ordinance or to work our way through these steps, go part one, then part two, as we're figuring out these things, figuring out the study of what needs to happen, figuring out if the decisions that we're making are actually usable for our city, opposed to creating a multi-fenced situation that we then have to eventually rip out because we realize that we're actually harming people. So to say all that, is there a way to do one at this moment while we do the study before we go for the whole shebang?
There is a definition within the zoning amendments this evening for unlicensed facilities. There is a definition for dwelling unit. I think staff and the Kelly firm says that's important for our code. And there are municipal code amendments under item number 4 that, address that. If City Council so pleases.
For a second time, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I definitely understand my colleagues, but we definitely have to, if we can do something to make sure that we're able to get in and start looking at these facilities, I think we need to move, at least in that part, change this ordinance to give code enforcement the opportunity to at least get in and start getting some of these things registered as well as reviewing these facilities.
Anyone else? For a second time, Councilman Goodman.
But what I'm getting at is making sure that the more extreme situation here, and correct me if I'm wrong in the understanding of how these things work, that we could first beef up the ordinance, provide the necessary language for code enforcement to be able to begin to enforce upon these structures as we are figuring out the necessary study to change the zoning ordinance. Because again, we currently don't know if the changes that we are doing will have the effect that we're trying to do, especially for the people who need the help the most.
For a second time, Councilwoman James.
Yeah, where I'm really struggling is that one part that you're limiting it to the R2. Everything else I go along with. We definitely need to be able to restrict these unrestricted housing. We need to be able to get in there to inspect them. I don't think that we should wait until a housing study is done that's putting it out another year at least. But what I'd like to know is, currently, are we limiting it to R1 currently? What's the range of these housing options in the current ordinance?
So state licensed residential facilities, I believe, can go in an R1, R2, R3, and R4 currently. The state licensed residential facility, there's a limit on the number of people that can be in a household, and I believe the number is 6 in the R1 district. But, you know, and I think to some of the council members' points, it's not just the state of some of the units, but it's the number of them and the cluster of them we have currently in the city. And I think it's the feedback that we've received from a lot of residents. So and I think the reason for acting on it now is just we would not have the ability to regulate or stop a larger facility coming in if we wanted to, so.
All right, so I think that there's 3 main questions for us as a council to consider, and we don't have to feel like we've got to finalize it tonight. But I think let's right now assess for the 3 factors in terms of space distance, zoning, right now it's saying R4, and then requiring the registration and the inspection thereof. So is the council interested in seeing the required registration and inspection of unlicensed residential facilities? Councilman Parker? Yes. Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Pro Tem?
Yes.
McGinnis is a yes. Goodman?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
All right, so there's consensus from the council that we want to be able to act on requiring the registration and therefore the inspection to ensure the safety and well-being of the property, but more importantly, those that dwell there. The second question is, right now the language says 500 feet. That's the existing language that for a new situation, not grandfathered, but for a new facility and or home, that it would have to be 500 feet away from an existing one. So the language before us proposes extending that to a half a mile. So the question, yes, am I categorizing that correctly?
If I could just add on that, it also adds unlicensed facility and boarding homes, which is not under the current buffer yard, so.
Okay, so right now, there are sometimes no buffer requirements depending on the facility, but between 0 and 500 feet is what's there right now if nothing changes, depending on the facility. So the language proposed would be for all such facilities.
Point of information, the state does require with licensing that it is 500 feet, so that's probably how we ended up there at the beginning.
Right, okay, so for those that it's when the state is in the mix.
But adding in the unlicensed licensing is then it's up to us.
So it's either 0 or 500 feet barrier or buffer right now. So to the council, would you like to see the extending of that buffer? Do you think it should be more than 500 feet? It doesn't necessarily have to be a half mile. We can ask that as the second round, but do you want to see it, the buffer more than 500 feet, Councilman Parker?
I just think it needs to be less than a half mile.
Okay. So you're open to there being a buffer or a buffer change, but not to that extent. Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it being the 500 feet up to the half a mile.
Same here. I'd like to see a buffer, extended buffer.
And do you have a sense of where you'd like to see that extension?
500 to, not to the full half mile, but at least over 500. I think the 6th district, I've drove around my district, and parts of my district is just, it's multiple facilities on the same block. These are, most of my calls from the citizens are concerning these particular facilities. So I think we need to move them apart from each other.
I think that making sure that it's uniformly 500 is the bare minimum we want to do. I'm open to, I don't necessarily feel it has to be half a mile. A quarter mile might be more than sufficient to allow that buffer, but I'm open to that. But I'm open to at least making sure that there isn't a 0 in 500. I'd like it to be 500 at least. I almost said pro tem, but Councilman Goodman?
I would like to wait until we get more information, but a minimum of 500 is acceptable.
Agree with, yep.
We need more information.
And then the question is, right now, the language they're proposing is that only R4 zoned land would be where new such facilities and or homes could be established. Do you like that, or do you want it to be R3 and R4, or, various ranges, or would you like to remove that language altogether, if you have a sense? This isn't binding, but what I'm planning is for us to the administration and staff will see where the sense is, and they can then write up the changes, so that way what comes before you actually reflects closer to what council would like to see enacted. Councilman Parker, any thoughts on the zoning? Not right now. Okay, Councilwoman James?
I'd like to see it extended beyond the one zone. And I would like to see us commit to, that we're going to begin to track these houses. We definitely need to be able to track, unregistered as well as the registered houses, so that because we need that information to be able to feed into our housing plan. So we need to be able to do that.
Pro Tem?
Actually, I'm still thinking about
that.
I don't have a problem with, I think, R3, but I definitely think that we need to start making sure we monitor how many is in per neighborhood.
Councilman Goodman?
I'd like to wait till we get more information.
Okay. Councilman?
I'd like to see it expanded, but I think that everybody in this room knows where they are. So, we can develop those lists for you. I'm sure code enforcement has already gotten a good list from me and 3 other residents in my district. So, I don't think it's going to be too hard if we can all just supply that information, back and forth. But I'd like to see it extended.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
It has to be extended. It limits people to having a place to go.
Okay. Just for the sake of not wanting to create a change on the fly that then has unintended consequences, I think it's appropriate for us to postpone for 1 week to allow the staff and the city attorney to take what that's been offered here and offer amendments that we can consider that would capture at least some of that. Does that make sense? So we'll basically, the definitions, there's no quibbling on the definitions. And then there can be an amendment on, it sounds like there's no quibbling on the requiring of registration and inspections. But then we'll want to be able to, as a council, vote on what the buffer should be.
Point of information. Can we also require a variance for other zones, on the zones as well?
That's a fair question, and I don't have that answer, but in terms of if somebody wanted to request a variance, would that be an eligible route for them to consider for the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yeah, we could consider doing it that way. There's lots of options. Right now, the way it's written is you'd have to rezone, and there's a special exemption permit, but allowing for variances is another way to handle it.
So that could be another round of changes. Just, we know that there are multiple elements to this, so we want those changes to be able to be done, and then it accomplish it comprehensively. So also in that roster would be whether and to what degree other residential zoning classifications would be considered for new such facilities and/or homes. Anything further you'd like to offer?
Staff is requesting 2 weeks because essentially the packet for next week needs to be ready by the end of the day tomorrow. That just gives us enough time if you can postpone for 2 weeks.
I'll make the motion to postpone for 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that the motion before us on the zoning ordinance text amendment related to the items be postponed for 2 weeks.
Point of information. Have they already, I just want to ask this, did they already issue the RFP out for the housing study as of yet? I guess that's to the administration. I'm sorry?
No, the RFP has not gone out.
We're in the middle of voting procedures, so it's been moved and seconded that we postpone for 2 weeks. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Pro
Yes,
Tem.
Council, did we want to take up the other issue concerning the chickens and the animals?
That will come
Yes.
up next as soon as
okay.
this.
Okay, all right.
But there's a motion to postpone for 2 weeks. Any further debate? Hearing nothing further, roll call on the motion to postpone for 2 weeks. Clerk Doyle.
Yes.
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 Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The item is postponed for 2 weeks. Is there a motion to approve the second reading of the amendments to the City of Pontiac zoning ordinance to amend Article 4, Chapter 2, Section 4.206, subsection A and 3, keeping of household animals or pets permitted, and direct the city clerk to publish said ordinance in accordance with state law?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by Carrington, so the item is now before us. So we're going to give the staff the opportunity to summarize the changes proposed, and then we'll start considering, in addition to deliberating, about what changes we'd like to make, because it sounds like City Council already is interested in making some changes to numbers, et cetera. So with that, Manager Yandrick.
Absolutely. So again, this is the second reading. The rationale behind these amendments for the municipal code and the zoning code this evening do not match in some places. So there's really a desire for alignment. So, and to set the policy for these animals, particularly for residential properties in the city. So I want to clear up some things that were mentioned as part of the public comment just to help. Livestock would be prohibited in the zoning code. So goats would be considered livestock, just to, as an example. The amendments specifically regulate poultry. The highlights include no more than 3 chickens at a time was staff's proposal. Planning Commission made a recommendation to increase this to 6, and I will go forward. I will explain that a little bit more at the recommendation side. Roosters and male chickens are prohibited. They must be fully enclosed facility in the rear yard, and it sets the permitting inspection process. There's other things with this, such as the prohibition of ground feeding, to prevent rodents and mice from populating the area. So with chickens, most jurisdictions in Oakland County specifically allow no more than 3. We had a representative at the public hearing for Planning Commission for Ferndale that mentioned that they had increased theirs to 6. There is no agriculturally zoned property in the city. And again, these regulations really attempt to balance the rights of property owners versus the regulations protecting the neighbors and neighborhood welfare. So with that, the Planning Commission, excuse me just a second. Let me get that. Planning Commission listened to the public hearing and made an amendment with 3 conditions, a recommendation of approval for 3 conditions. Number 1, the number of chickens permitted increases from 3 to 6. And this was brought on by a lot of speakers saying that you cannot purchase more than 3 chickens at the supply shops within the region and the state. Number 2, the number of egg-laying hens increases from 3 to 6. And then the per species limit for pets remains at 3, but the total number of pets at a household is increased to 9. So you can have no more than 3 per species, 3 dogs, 3 cats, but you cannot have more than 9 household pets. The original staff recommendation was for 3, and this was increased in the recommendation from Planning Commission to City Council. So there are also some municipal code amendments later this evening by Mr. McIntyre that attempt to align with this as well. So with that, that's all my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Pro Tem Carrington.
Oh, yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First, I want to thank you guys for trying to bring in a lines of our ordinance. Council, I'd like to see the increase of household pets back down to 3 total, 3 or 4 total, and the chickens go from 6 to 3.
Okay, so for the sake of simplicity, could we consider that Pro Tem Carrington is moving to change the number from 6 to 3?
Support.
For chickens. Okay. It's been moved by Carrington, seconded by Rutherford, that it go from 6 to 3, and that's mapping for chickens and egg-laying hens. They're essentially interchangeable, but it was very specific. We want to make it very clear, no male chickens, no roosters are permitted in the city of Pontiac, nowhere.
Correct.
So with that, any discussion on the amendment right now of changing it from 3 to 6?
6 to 3.
I'm sorry, yes, 6 to 3. So everyone's clear on the matter?
I'm not.
Yes.
So we're voting to change the 6 chickens to 3 chickens,
That's right,
not to eliminate chickens altogether.
correct. All right, so it was discussed at the Planning Commission and at the various readings. There are many families in Pontiac that do wish to keep chickens, and it's also a food source. This, though, would create regulations where there is none currently. This ordinance change would make it that it must be in the rear of a property, that the chickens must be fenced or contained in. Free rein is not permitted in the streets or elsewhere. It also requires regulations for where their feed can be stored, and they can't be ground-fed because that leads to rodents. It also requires the annual inspection of that coop. But it creates clarity for residents and code enforcement so that way they can actually enforce something clearly. Right now, it is not clear, and that's why there's a lot of these difficulties in the neighborhoods because the city has not offered clarity on what is or is not allowed. Councilwoman James.
Is there a reason why they didn't require a fence, the homeowner that wants to keep chickens to, that a fence would be mandatory?
I'm going to let Manager McIntyre answer that question.
Because I know for swimming pools, if you have a swimming pool, you have to have a fence. And this would be one of the things that I would think that we would want the neighbors to be able to be protected from having to look at a chicken coop.
Yeah, so currently the proposed ordinance would just require that they be inside of a coop that was inspected and permitted by the building department.
Further discussion on the amendment, which would take the maximum number of chickens allowed in the city for a property from 6 down to 3. Everyone clear on the amendment before us? All right. Roll call on adoption of the amendment, changing the number 6 to 3 in terms of the permitted total for chickens, not inclusive of roosters, for they are dead to us in the city of Pontiac. Meaning, if you hear a cock-a-doodle-doo, you can call the code enforcement office, and with this, if this passes, it'll be very clear that a ticket can be issued or further action can be taken. Clerk Doyle, roll call on the specific amendment in terms of changing 6 to 3.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
No.
McGinnis,
No.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
No.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries, meaning the amendment passes, and what's before us now is instead of 6, it's 3. Four voted in favor of the amendment, correct?
correct.
So it's no longer 6, it's now 3.
Correct.
Unless was somebody voting and not clear on it? I voted no. I oppose the total of 3. I support the total of 6. But I was in the minority. There were 3 others, or there was 3 total. Okay, so unless somebody is protesting the outcome in the city council and not clear on this, the amendment passes, so it is now 3. That's what's before us. It will be throughout the document. 3 is the limit for chickens. And now, Pro Tem, what?
Oh, no.
Pro Tem Carrington, do you still like to make the motion that right now the limits for household pets is 9? You want to change that to what amount?
I'd like to make the motion to change the total of household pets. Right now, it says up to 9 for 3, down to 4 total.
Okay, so Pro Tem Carrington's moving that household total of all pets of any species is, instead of 9, be 4. Is there a second? It dies.
I'm sorry. Second, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Yes, I apologize.
Order in the chambers, please. It's been moved and seconded that the number be amended from 9 down to 4. for household pets. Now that is up for deliberation. Who would like to speak for or against it? Councilman Goodman, and then Parker and James.
So the question I then ask is there any particular reason around decreasing it to exactly 4? That's my first question.
Councilman Parker? Microphone.
Thank you. So if we get 3 chickens, that means I can only have 1 dog?
Chickens do not apply to household pets.
Okay.
So this is separate from the chicken.
This is separate from the chicken?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Councilwoman James.
Well, I would just like to say that we live in a city of 60,000+ people, and we're not here to make decisions based on what we think or what we like. I will not be a chicken owner. I will not be one of the people with the chicken coops. But I recognize that we're diverse people, and there are people who actually want to raise their own chickens. And so if we're going to allow this, you know, I don't see a problem with it. With the dogs, we have so many people with dogs in the city of Pontiac. Again, I don't own a dog, but we have dog owners in this city. We have animal owners in this city. And I think we need to be reasonable in terms of where we are right now as a city. We've got people right now with 3, and you see people walking, 3 and 4 dogs, and they live in their homes. So I think we need to just be careful, be mindful of the fact that even though we personally would not want a total of 9 animals in the house, we have many residents in this city who are very comfortable with having 9 animals in the house. And I just think we've got to find the right medium, you know,
Order in the chambers.
Because eventually we want to be able to have an animal control code enforcement person. I think that's our next step once we get these guidelines in black and white. We want to move toward having someone who can then go out for the city of Pontiac and enforce these things. And it's okay for us to say this, but I guarantee the people who have 9 animals are not going to get rid of 3 of them. They're not going to do it. So we need to make guidelines that, you know, are going to be wide enough that they will cover the majority of the people and be the most reasonable guidelines that we can make, not necessarily what we think is right, but what it's going to work for the city of Pontiac. And I think 9 would be the maximum bandwidth that we would want to go with.
Councilman Rutherford.
So in my district last week, 2 people were attacked by a total of 4 dogs that were owned by the same person. It was in our police review that they gave us. None of these dogs were licensed. None of these dogs had shots, and only one of them were destroyed. The 3 were still able to remain. So we're talking about boxers, Rockwilders, those dogs. So the problem that we have to realize is that we do have a multifaceted community. I'm a pet owner. I have a cat. Unfortunately, I can't afford 9 cats, and the upkeep of paying for these dogs and having them in the right structure and not building kennels or illegal dog where they're actually having these dogs to be groomed to be for sale. That's the real issue, because that's what's really happening. We have a large portion of people that are literally breeding dogs and having 15 or 10 dogs. And so that might be for people who have fun, but we're talking about the dogs that are neglected. So I support 4. I want to do it to 3, but that's just me, because it is a real issue. And I am concerned about people that want to do chickens, but at the end of the day, we have to look at the whole spectrum of everybody that we're serving and not just the least of these. So I'm for the score. Okay, that's it.
Councilman, so yes, Councilman Goodman is next on the speakers list, followed by Deputy Mayor Stevens. But it would be helpful if you can offer what's the situation currently, what's permitted. And
so currently, our current ordinance says that anything more than 3 dogs in one residential home is considered a kennel. So that's already been on the books, a limit of 3 dogs.
And a kennel is not allowed in the city of Pontiac.
Not in residential areas.
Okay.
some mixed-use areas, they could apply for that. But there wasn't a limit on cats, there wasn't a limit on gerbils, there wasn't a limit on birds, but there was a previous council, or many councils ago, or maybe since the beginning of time in Pontiac, they made a decision that 3 dogs is what the number was going to be at each property.
Councilman Goodman.
So the first thing I want to do is caution my colleagues from going into breed-specific fear-mongering, because animals are raised to be violent. They are not just born that way. I want to clarify that as a person who grew up around 7 different pit bulls growing up with my uncle.
At one time?
Actually, yes, in the city of Pontiac too.
Violation of the ordinance.
And unfortunately, at the age of 9, it wasn't really easy for me to call in code enforcement. But related to that, I do want to ask a very specific question while I do have the floor, which is currently under the ordinance, or under this, the one that will pass, what counts as a pet? AKA, what will the city be counting towards that number of regulation?
So what we proposed was 3 of any species, so cat or dog, so 2 dogs, 1 cat. When the Planning Commission suggested 9, I think their expectation was to limit those 9, 3 of one species, 3 of another, and so on. So there would still be a limit of 3 dogs, 3 cats, and 3.
So
But gerbils count as a pet.
Well, they could, because you can vaccinate them to prevent disease. So
I think Councilman Goodman is curious about what animals are allowed as household pets in the city of Pontiac.
So some domestic birds and some smaller rodents like rats and gerbils.
So the question I would then ask, let's pretend that someone has 3 birds in their apartment or in their house. That would get them to their 3 limit. Would that be correct?
That'd be correct.
So that is the thing I want to mention, is that in regulating this, I do understand the desire to keep this number down. And I recognize that most people will not have 9 pets. However, we would be remiss to sit here and pretend as if we are asking the city to approve someone having 9 dogs, 9 cats, so on and so forth. Now, do I think that the number should be 9? I'm not going to belabor that point. I don't think that it should be 3, because to my point alone, someone could have 3 birds and a cat, and that's over ordinance. Someone could have 2 gerbils and a dog and a cat, and they would be over, despite them possibly having a 4-bedroom house, having 3 kids who take care of all these different pets. So again, not saying that we should have 9 chickens anywhere in the city, nor do I think that I should keep getting interrupted while I have the floor. But I want us to, while we're doing this, while we're actually deliberating and having discussion about this number, to take in consideration that there are a lot of different things to consider here, opposed to just literally saying that someone should not be able to have 4 dogs. That's taken care of in the ordinance. But we need to make sure that we're not, and I'm trying to find the best way to say this, not punishing citizens who are able to actually take care of animals in a real just setting. Because again, I don't want to sit here and tell the person who may have 3 birds and a cat that they are now out of ordinance because they happen to have 3 confined animals and one that stays also within their house, because we have now gone above a number that arguably in some ways seems kind of arbitrary without any real seeming like clear thought behind each one that we're trying to regulate, or at least in terms of some type of category.
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Point of clarification for something that Councilwoman Rutherford suggested. If I have 2 dogs and they are of breeding age, this ordinance does not does not stop me from breeding those dogs and then selling the puppies, correct?
That's correct.
All right, just for your clarity, because it sounded like you thought that it did stop that.
It's worth pointing out, so that's for dogs or cats. Essentially, there's an age limit that you're not going to be evicted. Your cats aren't going to be evicted as soon as they're born.
That's
There's was it 6 months or something like that?
4 months?
There's a
If I
specific
could just say
age.
something real quick while she's looking at, one of the things, in fact, Councilman Goodman's inspector, Brett, who's assigned to your district, is the one that does a lot of animal research for us. And one thing we found is that when the emergency manager was in place, a lot of the ordinances that we had on the books were repealed. And so they're not available to us anymore. So recently, and that's discouraging for us because recently in your district, you know, I mentioned a couple weeks ago, we had a horrific situation of where these pets, at least one pet attacked another pet in a household and the pet ended up dying. And so we don't really have an ordinance that we can address the neglect of that situation and how that animal died. So most of our calls during the day, a lot of our calls during the day are dogs that are at large. In fact, for some reason, Brett seems to have a magnet and they come running to him and typically get in the back seat of the car and he runs them out to the shelter or calls Oakland County and they come pick them up. Just yesterday, we were at a home that someone called us out there concerned because behind them there are at least 7 dogs that look like they're being used for training purposes of some kind. So the folks that live behind have a dog that can't even go out to the fence line because these animals become super aggressive when the dog's there. And while I agree that it does have a lot to do with the way animals, first of all, and I think I mentioned this before, I'm nationally certified in animal control and animal welfare. I went through a lot of extensive training throughout the country to get that certification. In a previous life, I ran an animal control department. So I would like to see a lot of these ordinances come back, and we're going to be bringing them forward to you at some point. But we get calls every single day regarding dogs that are loose, dogs that are not being cared for, too many dogs, people having dogs jump fences and while they're trying to walk their children at the end of the evening for a walk around the block. And so we really just wanted to come and have something that made sense, that spoke to more than what the current ordinance said, that anything more than 3 is considered a kennel. We want it to be specific. We think there should be, in houses of this size, in Pontiac, the average house, I think there should be some limit on how many we have. I just feel very strongly about that, so.
Wow.
So depending on species, to answer the previous question, it states until weaned, so that's typically about 4 months, so.
Councilman Goodman, to follow up?
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that the statement that I was making was not about increasing the per species limit, but making it an overall thing about the overall limit. Because I, again, to your point, understand the need for limiting, obviously, a specific number of a species. But again, to the overall number, that was all.
In these proposed changes, it's not been included in the summary, but it will have implications for the length and permitted tying up of dogs in the property, correct? Can you summarize that?
That's in the municipal ordinance.
Oh, okay, so I'll hold off on that. Councilman Rutherford.
So currently on Argyle, with the illegal dog kennel that is being run, if this goes into place, can we use that to deal with the illegal dog kennel that is being run on Argyle?
We can, but we also can with our current ordinance. As you're aware, we've got that in litigation right now.
Right, and so my only follow-up is, if it did, I'm just trying to reduce the amounts of dogs that's in my neighborhood. Currently, there's 15 that you see every day and counting. And so at some point, we got to do something, you know. It's 15. That's it.
I believe it's more than 15.
Just the ones I see in the morning.
I know.
Okay, cool.
All right, what we have before us is an amendment changing the total number of pets in a household from 9 to 4. Councilman Goodman's question spoke to why that seems high. It's because there are many species, including birds, hamsters, gerbils, that would boost the number overall in the household, but that the proposal of 3 limit for pets, period, of any species, seemed very restrictive and would be very harmful to many hundreds, if not thousands, of Pontiac residents with their current pet situation in their home. So the Planning Commission and I, as a member, as a liaison of the Planning Commission, felt that the initial proposal of 3 overall was too restrictive and would hurt thousands of Pontiac residents in terms of their free ability to care for their pets appropriately. So 3 is what the species limit is, but 9 all in for all animals. I am open to changing it. It doesn't necessarily need to be 9. I think 4 is too restrictive, so I will be voting no on the amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amendment, which is proposed to take the overall number of household animals from 9 to 4? Is everyone clear on that amendment? It's specifically just that overall total from 9 to 4. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James.
No.
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 Yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay, so 9 didn't fly. Is there another number that?
To offer up a total of 6 as a motion.
Okay, so it's been moved by
Maintaining
Nicholson.
the 3 per species.
That keeps it 3 per species, but limits the household number to 6 of animals all in, of household pets. Is there a second? It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by James. Now discussion on that amendment.
I think it's a better number. I think it's a better target.
Okay. All right, so it retains the number of pet species to 3. So no more than 3 dogs, no more than 3 cats, no more than 3 birds, et cetera. But it says the household number of all animals, all species. The amendment before it would take the number from 9 currently down to 6. Is everyone clear on that amendment? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the amendment. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
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 So that passes. So what's before us now? It's no longer 9 animals all in the household. It's now brought down to 6. So it's 3 species limit, 9 all in household pets limit. We had already done the changes to the chickens. Are there other amendments or discussion on the items before us? Are there any other feedback that staff would like to give as council is deliberating in terms of the practical application? That right now that there are great limitations to what code enforcement is able to do. That seems like that's the takeaway. And this gives you and the residents of Pontiac more clarity on what's allowed and what's not allowed.
So my question is, the proposed amendment would have a total of 6, but still restrictive of species at 3.
3.
Yeah.
Councilwoman James?
And I just want to mention, I believe last year we approved the ordinance on the dangerous animals. So regardless of how many animals a person has in their house, if one of those animals is dangerous, they can be removed from the house, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And in speaking of what I did just a little while ago, we can utilize that ordinance to do enforcement. We wanted something more specific to the neglect on the adult person that was in charge of the animals in the house. So we wanted that person held accountable. We don't have anything to do that.
And Councilwoman Rutherford?
What's the timeline when y'all gonna actually get out there to use this if it's been enforced?
What's
or
that?
approved? If it's approved, what's the timeline when y'all gonna actually start implementing these new rules?
We can do it as soon as we're allowed to do it.
And I want to highlight what you shared, that you have an extensive background in certifications when it comes to animal welfare, animal control. That's very valuable to the overall operations of the city. And I really want to salute the way in which you've engaged with Oakland County for their expanded enforcement of animal control, partnering with your department. Please let us know, as through the ordinance or other processes, about other wraparound support you need and resources to be able to accomplish what's a very sensitive and sometimes legit dangerous situation.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? It's the overall zoning changes for keeping of household pets and poultry. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the motion. Clerk Doyle.
President, I have a question.
Who's got a question first?
Go ahead.
Manager Yandrick?
I believe this would be a postponement, correct, or could this be adopted tonight? I guess that's the question.
We are not proposing to postpone.
It could be adopted tonight, but I just want to make sure I'm going to have a clean ordinance with the changes. Okay. So that's fine. Okay. So can you provide me?
Legally, yes, we can adopt it tonight as long as the motion is clear. I believe the motion before you is clear, and I will get a clean ordinance for the notice purposes, and I will get it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Is everyone clear on what's before us? Yes, it is. And we are speaking about amending the sections specifically for keeping of household animals or pets. It was specifically identified, chapter, article, and verse, and that text has been available for over a month since when it first came to the Planning Commission. What we did at the beginning of the meeting was separated that existing text from the other existing text. The existing text is still in existence and available. So we just want to make it concise and direct for the residents and city council so they knew the changes that were being contemplated. Hearing no further discussion, motions, or points, roll call on adoption of the zoning text amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
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 No.
5 yeas.
All right, that motion carries. Is there a motion to adopt the Municipal Code Ordinance Text Amendment to amend Article 1, Chapter 18, Section 6, Prohibited Animals Nuisances, to remove chickens and add subsection 6 regarding livestock, Article 1, Chapter 18, Section 18, Neighborhood Sanitation, to add subsection D regarding feeding of wild animals, Article 2, Chapter 18, Section 52, dog kennels or houses, location, maintenance, to add subsection D regarding restrictions on dog tethering, and Article 25, Chapter 26, transient housing, to clarify obligations of owners of transient housing facilities.
Point of information, didn't we just postpone the transitional housing thing, so wouldn't we do that for 2 weeks?
Well, we'll ask the city's attorney to clarify, is it most harmonious for us to postpone to allow that to be subdivided?
If you want to vote on the first 3 issues, we can separate them like we did earlier, and then postpone the transient housing issue for 2 weeks to have that heard at the same time as the zoning ordinance. Otherwise, we can just postpone in general.
Okay. Is there a motion to separate the two?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. It's the Municipal Code Ordinance Text Amendment. This is our second reading, so it was before us before, and all we're doing is splitting off the Article 25, Chapter 26, transient housing, to clarify obligations of owners of transient housing facilities. Is that satisfactory, Madam City Attorney?
It is.
Okay. So, Clerk Doyle, that's the motion before us, the splitting of those matters for the Municipal Code Ordinance Text Amendment. Roll call on that motion to split.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker? Separating the transit housing from the rest of the, okay. 7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Is there a motion to postpone for 2 weeks the Article 25, Chapter 26, the housing specific
Support.
item? It's been moved and seconded that we take what we just sliced off, tie-barred to the housing for 2 weeks. Everyone clear on that? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the postponement for 2 weeks. Clerk Doyle?
Parker?
Yes.
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Yes.
7 yeas.
That motion carries. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adopt the municipal code ordinance text amendment regarding the sections that were identified regarding animals, neighborhood sanitation, livestock, feeding of wild animals, dog kennels or houses?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So this is essentially mirroring the municipal code for what's just been done with the zoning code. We give you the floor.
Exactly right. So before you tonight is your second reading for 3 amendments to the municipal code. The first one is regarding prohibited animals. Previously, chickens were listed as prohibited animals. That conflicted with the zoning ordinance. We are simply amending this municipal ordinance to remove the mention of chickens from prohibited animals. The second ordinance amendment before you is with regard to neighborhood sanitation and the feeding of wild animals. This specifically eliminates ground feeding, so we cannot feed any wild animals at all. We also cannot feed chickens from the ground. This does not prohibit the feeding of birds or squirrels from raised bird feeders. And the third ordinance amendment before you tonight is to do with dog kennels. Specifically, this was mentioned earlier, there are new regulations regarding the location of any tethering of dogs, the amount of time that dogs can be tethered. Specifically, dogs are not allowed to be tethered for more than 3 hours in one day or 2 hours at any one time. And there are specific requirements for safety of the dogs, including the length of the tether that they must be on and the type of collar that they must be using in order to be tethered, just to make sure that the dogs are safe. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the municipal code ordinance text amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington?
I just have one quick item. Is anything need to be changed so that it mirrors the number that we adopted in the, because
There's no mention of the number in the municipal ordinance.
Okay, so the zoning governs that for us. All right, thank you. I apologize. Clerk Doyle, please proceed.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
That motion carries. The municipal code ordinance has hereby been amended. Is there a motion to adopt the municipal code ordinance text amendment to amend Article 2, Chapter 94, Section 26, refuse containers and yard waste containers specifications to add subsection G regarding regulation of waste container storage?
So moved.
Moved by Nicholson.
Support.
Supported by Carrington. So it's been moved and seconded. It's now before us. Administration, summarize for the city and the council what's proposed.
Good evening. Before you tonight is an amendment to the municipal ordinance with regard to storage containers for waste. Specifically, there are requirements that waste containers cannot be left on the street for longer than 1 day. They have to be removed to the house. They can either be kept in the garage or hidden away from the front of the house. If a house is on a corner lot, then as long as the containers are not visible from the street in which the house fronts, then that is acceptable. There are specific provisions with regard to residents who might not be physically able to remove their cans from the street. If that is the case, then there is a provision in the ordinance which allows them to contact code enforcement and seek a remedy for that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, discussion. Councilman Rutherford, followed by Councilman Brett James Nicholson.
Good evening. My question is, what is the proper steps for people to actually apply for their waiver so that they can get off? And if it does is approved, are we going to put that up so that people know how to do it and the timeline of when they're actually going to change is for them to be able to get that assistance?
Absolutely. So I believe there's a process that has been implemented by code enforcement. I'm going to defer to Manager McIntyre to answer that question.
So we're still in the process of developing a form for that. That'll be available online, and we understand that this is going to be a bit of an undertaking. And just a little history for those. A lot of this was stemmed from phone calls from residents that were saying my neighbor stores their trash cans in the driveway, which happened to be right underneath my living room window or my bathroom window. I can't open a window because of the smell coming from the trash. That's what kind of sparked our need to revisit this ordinance and see if there was another way to do that. But we will have a form developed, and we'll be able to accommodate folks that have struggles with keeping their can anywhere but next to their house.
My follow-up is, excuse me, my follow-up is just to make sure that, is GFL handling this, or would it be the actual DPW handling the form? Because oftentimes we're told to contact Ms. Mindy to do this, and so I just want to make sure we know how it's actually going to go.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to be meeting with Al so that we can go over that, and then before we start to implement it, I'll make an announcement about that.
Councilman Nicholson?
I just want to add, I have several residents that get supported collection, and they've been able to call the DPW department and work with Mindy. Has been very helpful to get that set up for them in the meantime.
That will continue.
Further discussion? Is everyone clear on what's proposed? It means that on Union Street, I will no longer be able to keep my trash can to the side of my house. I'll have to move it to the back. Clerk Doyle.
Mr. President, I just need clarification. So there are some subdivisions that prevent fencing. I know you talked about a fencing going around if it was in the front. So I just want to make sure that we're not communicating to those particular subdivisions that is permissible. They would just get a notice that they're in violation.
That's correct.
Of the ordinance. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
And if there's a fine issued, is it issued on the hot property owner, or is it issued on the renter?
It would be issued to the property owner.
Further deliberation or discussions? Councilwoman James.
Well, I know I have quite a bit of this in my district, District 4, where people are putting their trash cans on the side of the house. So we're saying now that we want to change that, what's allowable is only in the back of the house?
So what we've generally said, and I did this in another community too, it's behind the house, in the garage, or behind the garage.
It's
Order in the chambers. Councilwoman James has the floor.
yeah, that's going to be a biggie. Again, a lot of these are really, in my opinion, somewhat short-sighted. I think that's maybe overkill, but I know I get a lot of calls around trash cans, and I know it is problematic. I don't know if the solution is that they need to be in the back of the house. I know people complain because they leave them in the front of the house and or in the driveway, and but on the side of the house, I think most people feel like if they put it on the side of the house where it's not that visible from the street, that it's okay. It's just, I don't know. This one is tough. I don't think it's going to be the most popular decision that we've made.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Well, thank you, President McGinnis. I think some of the concern is that when people put their garbage cans on the side of the house that is not their driveway side, and it's closer to their neighbor's house than put it on their driveway side. I think that pulling it back into the driveway on the side of the house to your driveway, I don't see a problem with that. I think the problem is that when they take it on the other side of the house, which is their neighbor's side of the house, that's the issue that I'm getting a lot of calls from. Me personally, I have no problem pulling mine all the way back but overall, I see everybody, and mostly in my district, pull them to the side of their driveway, on the side of their house in their driveway. So I haven't had no complaints from that. The issues will come when they put it on the other side of the house and it's on their neighbor's side on the neighbor's side of the house and not in their own driveway.
So I've got a few hands. It might be due to the time tonight. It doesn't seem like we necessarily need to make this decision tonight, so we might want to postpone for 1 week. I don't want to cut off anybody, but I know we got a lot more still to get to, and I know I would like to take it to the District 7 meeting, so you can attend next Monday night at 7 p.m. and let me know what you think is the best bet. But have you spoken once yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so for first time, Goodman?
So as a person who speaks, having a grandmother in this community, I am not there to take her trash all the time. And so making the requirement that it has to be behind the building, especially when a lot of people do not have fully paved backyards, it's already difficult for them to move it from the side door to where it needs to be picked up at to begin with. So I don't want to create a system where we are essentially going to start punishing residents who are incapable of complying with this ordinance for one reason or another, because I would not be the one that sits here and tells an elderly person that they're getting a ticket because they can't move their basket from the side of the house to their backyard. Because not to make this anecdotally, my grandma has a grass backyard. The driveway stops at her side door. To require her to move it to the grass would require her to move a less than ideal wheeled object onto an uneven surface that she would then have to move full at some point to the property line. So I want us to be very mindful of that, because there is literally a person cost to us doing this.
Councilman Rutherford.
The bigger issue is that people leave their garbage cans on the street for the whole week and nobody is talking about the elephant in the room, and that's really what it is. And also the trash, you can smell it from somebody's house if it's on the side. So if it's on your side, the trash smell comes into my house. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. That's it.
Councilman Nicholson?
Probably about half of the houses in Indian Village have shared driveways. So having it be on the side of the house, I've had a lot of neighbor wars go on between. But I think the real issue is just the manner in which it's kept, that the lid is able to be fully closed, that it's, in clean condition, is their biggest concern. Seeing it sit there, isn't where they start to get mad at each other. It's when it's overflowing or it's lifted up and it's attracting animals. When the bin is closed, I've not gotten a complaint. So if it were driveway side, I would be happy if we just were able to give better definition to the manner in which it's being kept.
Further discussion?
We can't tell people how to do their trash though, because we only limit it to one thing.
Well, we can ask code enforcement right now. What does it say right now? What are the tools you have to enforce when it comes to insane trash?
Where it can currently be stored, or
just in general, are you able to write any tickets when it comes to unsanitary conditions around a trash can?
Yes. So currently, it says that it has to be behind the front-facing part of the house, so it can't be in front of the house. And then in terms of storage, yeah, you have to store it properly inside of a can, so you couldn't have like loose bags just sitting out. One of the reasons I'm bringing this ordinance towards you, as I've mentioned before, is we spent the first couple months taking phone calls every single day, and this seemed to be a reoccurring call. My neighbor stores their garbage can, stores it in their driveway, but I can't open any windows on that side of the house. And it was actually some suggestion that could it be moved back, the way we used to store cans. I know I came up in Detroit. A lot of us had alleyways, so it was really common to have your garbage can, keep it stored behind the garage. That's where you kind of walked your trash out to, and you put it in a can behind the garage. And so for those reasons, in terms of the spirit of being a good neighbor, also where your garbage can is tends to be the place that you set a lot of other things that are getting ready for trash day. And so it's oftentimes that our enforcement inspectors are driving through the areas and they're seeing multiple things piled up in the driveway next to the garbage can. So that was part of the motivation and creating the same ordinance that I did in another city. That worked out really well. It actually worked out really well.
What's the city's requirement in terms of when you have to take up your trash can after it's been picked up on the street?
By 7 p.m. the night of trash day.
Okay, so if somebody's leaving it for days on end, they're out of compliance with the city.
That's correct.
Is there a motion to postpone for 1 week, or does everyone feel comfortable pulling the trigger tonight?
I'll make the motion to postpone.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilwoman James, that this motion before us be postponed for 1 week for further research and review. I will share that if you're able to compile some data in terms of number of calls or some of the more egregious situations that you're trying to help rein in, feel free to share that with us. Obviously not names, not addresses, but what are we talking about? Are we trying to legislate a solution that is a handful, or is this many, many dozens? What are some of the implications? That'll be helpful. At a realistic, we're not trying to create undue work for you.
I can do that.
Any further discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week? Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle on postponement.
Yes.
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 No.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
That motion carries. It'll be back before us at next week's regular city council meeting. Is there a motion to adopt an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac Code to amend Chapter 118 to add Article 4, stormwater control, in order to maintain compliance with state law? Is that Councilwoman Rutherford?
Yes.
Okay, moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman. That item is now before us. We give the floor to the Department of Public Works Director and the city engineer, unless the deputy mayor wants to offer a preamble. Okay. With that, engineer and Public Works, take it away.
Good evening. For the stormwater ordinance, I'm going to go ahead and let the acting city engineer speak on what this is about.
Good evening. As we spoke a couple of weeks ago during the first reading of the zoning ordinance amendment, this is the second piece of that. It is to amend your city code to include a stormwater section under our municipal separate storm sewer permit issued by the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality, Great Lakes, and Energy. We have to adhere to their standards on stormwater management. Currently, we are not in compliance with that. We are out of compliance by about 4 months, and they've given us a grace period to get this ordinance adopted. So that's what you have in front of you. Currently, the current city ordinance does not contain anything related to stormwater management.
Okay, and this has been before us with previous readings. Is there any deliberation? Councilman Goodman.
So just to ask, this is just bring the city in compliance with EAGLE, which is, I think, the
Yes.
acronym we're using.
Yes, EGLE.
Yep, so that would just be to bring the city in compliance with our
Absolutely.
governing body. Thank you.
Further deliberation, discussion, Councilwoman James.
I just want to have no problem with the update itself, but I want to make the point that, we're doing this because it's appropriate to do. But I think the city needs to start looking at how we can better serve our residents with respect to climate change issues that include stormwater management. I've had 3 residents who have had fairly serious water issues, flooding issues in their yard. And the bottom line is we just do not support our residents when it comes to these kinds of very, very technical and very, things that they just absolutely do not know anything about. And because, we're living in a post-COVID climate change world, we need to change the way we do things, because the city tends to just look at things as whatever we're responsible for. That's all we care about. But we have citizens who just have no idea how to navigate these new stormwater and flooding issues that are coming up as a result of climate change. And what I'm recommending is, as a city, we start looking at being able to provide some real technical support to our residents, to help them to navigate what their issues are, to help them to define it, and to possibly even give them some options that they could do to help themselves, to alleviate the problem. I just don't think we are going far enough. Our residents pay quite a bit of taxes, and I think this is one area that we really, really need the city to step up and start. Just like if we can update this because Eagle is requiring it, I think it should give the city a thought, what can we do to better serve our citizens in regards to stormwater management? That's it.
So in answer to that, twofold. First and foremost, the reason that Eagle wanted us to adopt the stormwater ordinance is specifically to address the climate change issues. What we do is we now require stormwater treatment before it discharges into the lakes, rivers, and streams, so we can reduce the amount of sediment going in there, which then changes the path of the river, which then can cause flooding issues in areas where they didn't occur before. It also requires some form of detention, so we can cool the water before it hits the rivers, so that we are now maintaining good water quality for the fish and aquatic life that exist in those water courses. And it reduces the flash flooding that occurs by not going directly into the river from a storm sewer catch basin directly into the river, by requiring some form of storage on any new development. Now you're reducing the peaks that come from a rain event, so we reduce the flooding. So all of that is what's incorporated into this ordinance now. And it was adopted initially by several counties it was approved through Eagle. It took several years to get that approved, and now we've jumped on board and we're saying, yes, we're going to follow those same procedures. With respect to answering any questions that the residents have, please direct them to call the engineering department. I'd be happy to speak with any of them, take a look at the issues going on their site, and give them guidance and direction on what they need to do or where they might be able to go to get some resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing nothing further, Councilman Goodman?
And I would just like to take this as a moment to let my colleagues know, and to go further on your point, Councilwoman James. When it comes to the city possibly doing things further, I do want to remind everyone of the whole no stricter than federal situation with Lansing. Currently, we as a state are not able to put in place more stringent requirements in the federal government because of legislation that happened previous to the current people who are in office. And in doing some work around that to hopefully get us to the point where we are having these conversations about, what other requirements need to happen to protect our communities. And I say that to hopefully get us to provide some pressure, but also knowing that, yes, we should be pushing for more things here locally, because I very much feel that eventually, as we're doing this work around climate change, around trying to make our communities more sustainable and resilient to these changes, we should be going steps further. But again, I'd say that that's separate of this, but just a larger conversation.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac City Code to amend Chapter 118 to add Article 4, Stormwater Control, in order to maintain compliance with state law. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nichols?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The ordinance is hereby amended. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning ordinance text amendment to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Section 6.202, subsection D, and to amend Article 2,
Support.
Chapter 6, Section 6.208, required information, and to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Section 7.301, definitions? This ordinance pertains to stormwater control. It's been moved by Goodman, seconded by Carrington. It's before us. It is ready for a summary.
Good evening again. So tonight's zoning text amendments, this is in harmony with the municipal code amendments that were just adopted. There are 3 items that are being considered for amendment, and they really help execute the regulations that have just been adopted. So as the zoning code enacts the process. So really this is following the Clean Water Act and the state of Michigan requirements, and it's one of 2 being considered. This is a little different process than the municipal code because it was a zoning code text amendment. It did have to go to a public hearing on May 10th, and tonight is the second reading. So number 1 is the site plan review. The definition is modified. That projects less than 1 acre that are part of a larger common area development or sale are now included in a site plan review process. Number 2, detailed storm sewers, site grading, drainage, detention basins, and other pertinent facilities as required by Section 118-3, stormwater control of this ordinance. That Section 118-3 is what was just adopted. So this is tying these two together as it moves forward with that zoning review for some of these stormwater related things. And then the last thing, I mentioned this at first reading, is we did not have a definition for disturb area, which we were adding to the zoning code. And so we worked with our city engineer and our municipal attorney to come up with a best practice for a definition to establish exactly what is disturb area and what would require then some stormwater review from site plan from this. So the definition is up there. I've read it before. I'd be happy to read it if you'd like to. But that is the summary of the 3 changes. Planning Commission recommended approval of those three sections at the May 10th Special Planning Commission meeting. So with that, I'll take any questions City Council may have.
There you have it. Is there any deliberation? It's been before us before. It's been before Planning Commission before. Hearing no further discussion. Roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The zoning ordinance is hereby amended. Could I have a motion to suspend the rules that we take up the related resolution to approve the recommended changes to the engineering design standards for the Department of Public Works?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson, that we suspend the rules specifically just to go down now to the Department of Public Works resolution. Since we've been talking about stormwater control, let's bang it out and be done with it. Any further discussion on just suspending the rules, allowing us to take that up now? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the motion to suspend the rules. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
All right, for that specific purpose, the rules have been suspended. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. It's now before us. Anything further you'd like us to know, Madam Engineer?
Oops, my apologies. Yes, so what you have in front of you this evening, in addition to the stormwater ordinance, the technical language goes into a design standards manual. The city has a design standards manual that included water, sanitary, storm, roads, sidewalks. What we've done is proposed in front of you tonight an amendment that cleans up this design standards manual, not only to include the stormwater requirements that are consistent with the ordinance you just adopted, but also removing the water and sanitary sewer design standards, as those are now regulated by Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's Office. And we've removed those so that we can eliminate any conflicts between the 2 sets of design standards.
Any discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and we have approved the recommended changes to the engineering design standards for the Department of Public Works. Thank you both for your service and professionalism. We return now to the regular order. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution recognizing the city of Pontiac as a city of resilience?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Parker. That item is now before us. Thank you, Councilwoman James, for your advocacy on this item. Would you like to read it or have the floor?
Yes. Pontiac City Council resolution recognizing the city of Pontiac as a city of resilience. Whereas resilience is defined as the capacity of individuals, communities, and systems to thrive, adapt, and recover in the face of challenges of trauma, and whereas becoming a resilient city holds numerous benefits for the well-being and prosperity of our residents, and whereas one significant challenge that can impact a city's resilience is the prevalence of adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which refer to traumatic or stressful events occurring during childhood, such as abuse, neglect, or household dysfunction. And whereas increasing awareness and understanding of ACEs can enhance the resilience of an urban city, And whereas the city of Pontiac has seen traumatic acts of violence take the life of a child as well as other beloved individuals in our community, now therefore be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council, in partnership with Mayor Tim Grimal, recognizes the importance of mitigating adverse childhood experiences and building a resilient community that supports the health, safety, and success of all of our residents. And further resolve, the City Council will endeavor to facilitate ongoing education and dialogue to combat the adverse effects of ACEs. And further resolve, the City Council intends to invite quarterly guest presenters to inform, inspire, and engage the community on resilience and trauma-informed practices to impact the adverse effects of ACEs and to foster resilience and healing throughout our community. And further, resolve, the City Council will endeavor to encourage trauma-informed practices that are essential tools in providing compassionate, sensitive services to individuals and fostering the importance of collaboration in community partnerships in creating comprehensive systems of support for residents impacted by trauma. And further, resolve, the City Council will endeavor to build community resilience by investing in infrastructures such as parks, community centers, youth recreation programming, senior services, and other improvements that can enhance social connections and the overall well-being for Pontiac residents.
Very good. Anything further reflections you'd like to offer?
Well, I think that this is a really important resolution because as a community, as a city, we have to be willing to make it public. It's okay to not be okay. We have seen so many unbelievable things happening in our community. And you know, as violence, and acts of violence, so much depression, drug addiction in our city. We can't just continue to ignore it and act like it's not there. We really have a mental health crisis, not only in the city of Pontiac, but really throughout the country. And so we want to begin to address that as a city, and we want to do that by beginning a process of educating ourselves to what ACEs is, you know, what talking about resilience in relation to what it really means, you know, being able to bounce back, being able to handle the things that are happening to you on a daily basis. So I think it's a really important resolution. I want to appreciate and thank the council for supporting me in this, but I definitely want to see us start this ongoing discussion about resilience and community healing.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on it. Councilman Goodman.
I think it's a really important thing to talk about being trauma and adverse childhood experiences. Again, before I took off as a council person, I taught. I worked at ATAP for multiple years. I worked at a school that I graduated from, where I spent kindergarten through 12th grade, where I graduated valedictorian. And not only were there so many students who had their own situations that they had to deal with that I worked with between elementary and high school, but there were so many of my classmates, so many of my friends who they themselves also had adverse childhood experiences, from them being in unstable homes to not having food. As I'm telling the story, someone's laughing in the audience. As we talk about all these different forms of trauma that people are dealing with, especially the future of our generations, it's really important that we focus on making sure that we are not only wrapping around the people who truly need it, but really investing in them, because we now get to look back and see all the ways in which our communities were affected by people who had to deal with trauma that was unassisted, and creating situations where we didn't make anything any better for the people who needed it most. So now that we're actually having this discussion, now that we are taking these things seriously from a societal perspective, I think it's really important that the city continues to do the same.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. As I was listening to the reading of this, I just hope that as we have written it on paper, that we're willing to get some skin in the game and put some money behind it and make sure that we have programs and processes in place that people can go to and get the treatment they want, because it's good that it's on paper, but if you ain't putting some money behind your paper, it don't equal to a whole lot.
Councilman Rutherford.
I was just about to say that, but you did it so much better, so I ain't got to. Because we do, and I first of all, Ms. James, it takes great courage to do what you did, but I just want this administration who we can pay for, fireworks, and we can pay for studies to put real funding, both in the public and private sector, because we go get public and private funding all the time for the ACES program, because it's needed, it's necessary, and it's absolutely time. I mean, it just is. And that's all. That's it.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson. Oh, sorry. Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve an application and contract for a Juneteenth fireworks display at the city of Pontiac on June 17th, 2023? Is there a second? Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. This item is now before us. Whereas the city has received an application for a permit for a Juneteenth fireworks display to be held at the city of Pontiac, 47450 Woodward Avenue on June 17, 2023. And whereas the Michigan Fireworks Safety Act, Public Act 256 of 2011, requires the legislative body of the city to authorize the permit application. And whereas Great Lakes Fireworks LLC of East Point, Michigan has agreed to provide the pyrotechnics for the event and has furnished proof of insurance in an amount necessary and approved by the city's insurance agent of record. And whereas the application has been reviewed by fire department personnel and a determination has been made that the pyrotechnic operator and location meets the department's requirements for a fireworks display, now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council does hereby approve the application for a fireworks display at the city of Pontiac, 47450 Woodward Avenue on June 17, 2023, and authorizes the city clerk to execute the application on behalf of the city, and further resolved that the mayor and deputy mayor are authorized to execute a contract with Great Lakes Fireworks LLC for the Juneteenth fireworks display in an amount not to exceed $22,500. So that's what we got. Deputy Mayor Stevens, what would you like council to know?
Thank you, Council President. The resolution lays it out fairly well. The only thing that I would add is it is coming to you relatively late in the process because we were unaware of the language in the permit application, in the permit itself. So when we got the permit, it said issued by action of the legislative body of a city, village, or township. Obviously, we would be a city. And after seeing that, we sent that off to our city attorneys to say, hey, we don't believe we can sign this without sending it to city council. And so that is why the ability to actually do the permit has come before city council. I see the troubled look on your face. I also thought that the permit itself would come from the fire department, but no, the fire department just says, yes, you are in compliance, and the city council then has to actually give permission for the permit.
Councilman Rutherford?
Okay, explain to me who's paying for this.
You want to yield to the deputy mayor?
I yield to the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rutherford. So for the Juneteenth celebration, so for the fireworks specifically, we do have a donation from the public that will be paying for this. For the Juneteenth celebration, overall, we have several different organizations that have donated money.
My follow-up, who's paying for the fireworks specifically, the $22,000?
Specifically, I believe it is Amazon, but don't hold me to that. When the mayor will be back, and he will tell you exactly which organization it is. Because, like I said, we have multiple organizations that have donated, but the fireworks itself, I believe, is Amazon, but I'm not certain on that.
If you'd like, we can place it on the table until later in the evening.
Yeah, I'd like to move for that.
Yeah, we place this on tape.
Oh, well.
there we go.
So, we'll come back to that question, but while he's getting settled, but Councilman Nicholson, you're next on the speaker's list.
Yeah, so actually, I'm gonna yield to the mayor, just because I think he may answer some of my questions.
Well,
Mayor
good
Brown,
evening.
are you ready to dive into it?
I am. Good evening again.
Good evening again. Make the pitch.
So, we really want to make sure that this Juneteenth is a signature event that everybody here in the city can get excited about. And I think we've all talked about the need for more signature events in our city, just in general. We believe that there's no better opportunity for signature events than Juneteenth. For a variety of reasons. One being, of course, that it celebrates probably the single, I would argue at least, the single most important moment in American history. But also because it's an event and a celebration that is not and has not really been filled by other communities in Metro Detroit. There are lots of communities in Metro Detroit that have July 4th celebrations. There are a number of communities that have a Juneteenth celebration, but there is not a preeminent Juneteenth celebration in Metro Detroit. And we would really like to see Pontiac fill that role of the preeminent Juneteenth celebration, certainly in Oakland County, but ideally really throughout all of Southeast Michigan. And in terms of who's going to pay for it, we have an ask into United Wholesale Mortgage to sponsor the fireworks. We have not yet heard back from them, but we anticipate we'll get an answer this week. We have been soliciting other sponsorships for other aspects of the Juneteenth celebration, but we also have the city's events budget, which is under budget currently. And so depending on how things shake out with the sponsorship opportunities, we could use some of the city's events budget, or if we're fortunate and we can find a sponsor to pick up the entire tab of the fireworks, we would love to have a private sponsor pick it up. You know, there is a fireworks demonstration in the city, but it's not really geared towards the public.
Any other questions of council? Councilman Nicholson.
I just want to state, the owner of Great Lakes Fireworks is a personal friend, so I will be, I didn't know this was going on, so I won't be voting on this. However, the contract amount is what I'm curious about, just based on the fact that the contract amount is over $10,000. Do we not anticipate being the payer of that? Will that likely be a fiduciary relationship with Pontiac Community Foundation, or what's the?
I think that has yet to be determined, but since we're the ones who have solicited that contract, we thought it was appropriate to bring it before City Council. Even if it ends up being paid for by a third party, or some of it ends up getting paid for by a third party, we thought that in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, it made sense to bring it before City Council for approval.
Okay, Mayor, the reason why I'm asking it in that direction is just the way that the deputy mayor explained it was that we were really approving the permit for the state, so that it wasn't necessarily saying, why didn't you tell us before? I wasn't alleging that. I just wanted to ask if that was the intent. Thank you.
I didn't want to thwart it. Was there other hands that you saw?
Oh, Councilwoman Relaford. Okay.
So because we do not know who's paying for it, should we vote on this tonight? Because we need to make sure that it's going to be paid for and that we're not sitting here having to pay the whole $22,000.
Further discussion? Mayor Cronwell?
Well, just to be clear, I mean, there is a possibility that the city would pay the whole $22,000, but I'm optimistic that we will find one or more sponsors to defray that cost. I would note that if you look at how this works in many other communities, oftentimes the cities themselves pay for the entire expense, but it's our hope that we will get sponsors to defray that expense. I do just want to note that we're considerably under budget when it comes to the city's events budget, and the events budget is specifically for things like this.
Where will this be staged? I apologize if this was missed, but where's the launch pad?
Great question. Launchpad is City Hall. So the actual parking lot of City Hall will be the launch pad, and the viewing area will primarily be from the inside the loop in downtown.
Has it been already set where the downtown activities during Juneteenth will be placed? Or where's sort of the staging, or what's the expectation of folks? Where are they oohing and eyeing from?
Yes.
And it's very funny because as we've had so many Phoenix Center conversations, a lot of people have very fond memories of back in the day when the fireworks. My father's in the audience tonight. Happy Father's Day, Dad. The reason why I'm interested in local government, it's his fault, everybody. But he took me when I was a kid to the fireworks. You know, when we sat on the lawn of City Hall,
Yeah.
watching them launched from downtown. So I'm just trying to get a sense of where the encouragement for folks to congregate and gather would be.
Yeah, so to a large extent, the event itself is going to be in the heart of downtown. The Juneteenth celebration as a whole is going to span a couple of areas. So it's going to start actually in the afternoon in the vicinity of the corner, Weston and Bagley. And so that portion of it will be from noon to roughly 4 o'clock or 4:30. Then there'll be a parade that goes from the corner to our downtown. And then there'll be an evening celebration in the downtown on Saginaw Street, on Lawrence Street, et cetera. And so we anticipate that a lot of people will be viewing the fireworks from the street as they walk through a variety of booths. We're opening this up to people who want to have vendor displays in our downtown. We're going to have musical artists there. And so it's an opportunity for people to view these fireworks from that downtown area, even though they'll be launched from City Hall's parking lot.
So this is essentially in 10 days, though, correct?
That's right.
All right, so further discussion. So what's proposed before us is we're permitting the fireworks, the pyrotechnics display to happen, and authorizing the execution of the contract. So worst case scenario, it is fully publicly funded, the $22,500 for those fireworks for Juneteenth. Further discussion. I'm impressed that you have a friend that runs a fireworks business. That's pretty impressive. Councilwoman James.
Well, I think it's essentially a good idea. We had a celebration last year. We did a great job celebrating it last year. I think the event took place over at the Welcome Church, was most of the recreational activities, so it makes sense to continue. Again, this year, if we want to try and make this an annual event, a real, something that is identified to the city of Pontiac, it would be a good idea to bring in our famous residents, and invite them in during this time, to have people who are famous in the city and who are willing to come back, for this event, like the young man that's playing on the baseball or the is it basketball?
Miami Heat, yeah.
All right, I'm not a athletic person, but to get some of our own back into the city for these kinds of events, I think would be great. So I think it's a good idea. It's just unclear exactly who is. I'm assuming that the city is doing it. Is it the recreation department that's doing it? Who's driving the event?
Yeah, the city itself, and in particular our community relations specialist.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I was going to just vote, but is there some reservation concerning the cost of the event? Because, $22,000 to celebrate African Americans is not too much as far as I'm concerned. And if I need to, I can take some out of my district budget to help with that cost. because I think this is one of the most important events that we can have as a city in this nation. So I definitely don't want no reservations when it comes to $22,000 to keep us from having a centenary event. Because throughout every city in this area, they're gonna have a beautiful event. And if we want our city to be one of those cities where people come to enjoy, as well as our citizens get out, we need to make that a good event. Thank you.
I do hope that, presuming it passes, that there can be a real concerted push to notify residents and businesses in the community so that way they can make the most of it. They aren't taken by surprise. That would be true for any pyrotechnics display, so that way if they have health issues, if they have pets within the legal limit that the city allows, if they have pets that have some issues or health reasons why they freak out, so that way they can plan. But more importantly, so that everyone can benefit and maximize their enjoyment. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Just a point of information, don't we have a relationship with N1 Mobility? Could we be able to transfer people that don't have a way to get down there so they can actually attend the event, like the seniors and people who don't have transportation?
Yeah, we can certainly work to facilitate that if we're concerned about folks who may not be able to get downtown. I think we could certainly work with M1 Mobility to help facilitate that.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion? Councilman Parker, microphone.
Thank you, sir. As we're talking about firing off all these firecrackers, fireworks, is there also a codicil in here that says that once they get them fired, they're gonna clean up?
I believe the contract speaks to the obligations of the vendor in terms of cleaning up the launch site, yes.
All set, Councilman Parker?
I'm reading what
Okay.
I'm reading.
We can come back.
Yeah,
Councilman Goodman?
I'll get back.
To Pro Tem's point, I don't disagree with the fact that this is an important thing that should happen. I think that we should be highlighting the important aspects of our community. However, there's a part of me that cannot, for some reason, remove the negative feeling that I have that I kind of feel that this was brought really kind of last minute, especially with the situation where we are kind of hoping that it'll be paid for, but if it's not paid for, then the city will be fronting the bill, which again, to me, the issue at hand is not even that we're spending the money, because I think that we should be doing a thing for the citizens. Like that's not the concern, but like there's a part of me that really does have this concern where we're 10 days out, and it's not even the spending of the money, but that we're in this weird limbo place over the next 10 days of, will the city be paying for it? Will the taxpayers be paying for an event that will be benefiting them? Or will we be getting it paid for? Like I find a very uncomfortable place being in a kind of waffle point in waiting and hoping. But separate of that, I again very much believe in the fact that we should be doing a good thing for our citizens, especially around a holiday that is very integral to a lot of our ancestry.
Mayor Grimal?
Well, I do just want to acknowledge that we agree that we need to begin planning the event earlier for the following year. So that is very much something we agree with, that we want to make sure that we're getting sponsors committed much earlier next year. Again, I think the council president summed it up well, which is the worst case scenario is that the city pays for the entire cost. We're hoping to have some, much, hopefully all of that defrayed through sponsorships, however.
Further discussion? Thank you, Pro Tem Carrington, for your interest in seeing this be in part a District 6 project as well. You'd be interested as well? Okay. Hearing any further discussion? No further discussion. Roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes?
Nicholson.
Yes.
Thought you
Were you going to abstain?
Sorry, yes, abstain, yeah, yes. I want it to happen, but I need to abstain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
Let the record reflect. All right, motion carries. Is there, resolutions adopted? Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve?
Support.
They want to approve it. All right, so it's a proposed budget amendment. Carrington moves, Rutherford seconds. It's regarding debt services with the Ottawa Phoenix Center, essentially recategorizing the funding it comes from. Deputy Mayor Stevens? Let's give them a free mic if someone can turn off their microphone.
Thank you, Council President. We do have for the next several items, the finance director is here, but on this item specifically, as we discussed when it was put on the books, it is, as you said, to reclassify, just putting money in the correct line item for the expense that it was used to pay.
Any further discussion or questions for the finance director? It was before us 2 weeks ago, of course, and something we've reviewed for the budget hearing process as well. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving the budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The proposed budget amendment is approved. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish a proposed budget amendment?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is, for this budget year, reducing the budget appropriations in Fund 202 major streets and Fund 203 local streets. This will be before us in 2 weeks. If this passes, this gives the opportunity for the clerk to notify the community. Finance Director Sadowski, anything we need to know?
This is a reduction in spending so that the city can reallocate it in the next budget year as these projects were not completed. If we did not reduce this year's funding, then we would be in violation of over appropriating next year's budget.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford.
What was the actual amount that we did not spend?
Oh, it's quite a large reduction. I'd actually have to pull it up, but it's several $million. It's substantial. It's not, let's see.
So my follow-up, would that be moved into this year budget coming in?
Correct. So it's 2.276 million in the major streets and 982,000 in the local streets.
And that will be moved to this year budget if
It
it's.
could be reappropriated, so you have the request from the administration to spend a large portion of that next fiscal year. So if you choose to move the projects in the next fiscal year, which I imagine you will, you'll be re-spending that money.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Nicholson?
Yeah, that was addressed in the DPW budget hearing. My question is, did we get an answer? I imagine some of the local street spending is on Hazel. Did we get an answer on when construction will begin there?
The DPW director is on your shoulder.
I spoke with the consultants today. We sent the change order over to ASI. We're waiting on the signage of that and the actual dates that'll happen, and I'll get back with you as soon as I get that back from them.
Thank you.
Councilman
Yeah, they're
Rutherford might
very
have a-
eager to get that moving.
I'm sorry, Deputy Director Cooley, before you walk away. Councilman
Yes,
Rutherford.
and so when does Franklin and Bagley start, the actual date?
So the bid letting is going through MDOT on Franklin, and that's going to happen sometime in July, which will typically mean about a 30 to 40-day start after that. And then Golf and Bagley, you'll see that the bid letting for that go out later this year. And you'll see some water and sewer work happening through the winter months out there before the road construction next year.
And I apologize for prematurely cutting off Councilman Nicholson. He was just emphatic in terms of Hazel Street, Hazel Street, Hazel Street. Further discussion on the motion before us. Mayor Grimel?
Well, just to reiterate, and I know we've talked about this in the past, but the original plan was to do the Bagley and Gulf Drive project this year, but because the Water Resources Commission is doing some water and underground sewer work in that area and needs to do that, obviously, before we put down new pavement, because we don't want to put down new pavement only to have it torn up. We moved that project to next year, which is why Director Cooley mentioned that you'll see water and sewer work happening through the winter. and we moved the Franklin project, which was going to be next year, to this year. And so the bid letting for the Franklin project will occur in July, next month. And then we anticipate that that project will start probably late August, early September, which actually I think, and correct me if my timing's off on that, Director Coley, but I think that actually is going to be a plus so that it starts after the Dream Cruise weekend. Is my timing on that about right, that you anticipate shovels going in the ground for the Franklin repaving late August?
Yeah, you're correct with that.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes, I got it mixed up, Mayor Grimal. I was referring to Franklin, not Bagley, and so I do apologize. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Again, this authorizes the city clerk to post the notice. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle?
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yeah.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman? 6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish the next
moved.
proposed budget amendment? Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilman Nicholson. This is increasing the budget appropriation for professional services, innovative software services, $65,000, and decreasing the budget appropriation from salaries and wages by $65,000. Again, this authorizes the clerk to publish the notice. The budget amendment will be before us in 2 weeks. Finance Director, anything further we need to consider? Any questions or deliberations? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the next resolution to authorize the city
So
clerk?
moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Pro Tem Carrington. This proposed budget amendment for this budget year increases the budget appropriation programming by $10,000, but decreases the budget for utilities, water, and sewer by that same $10,000 for youth recreation. Finance Director Sadowski, anything we need to know? Any questions on that? Hearing no further debate, again, this will be before us in 2 weeks. This just authorizes the clerk to notice for the community's awareness. Roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution's adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the proposed fee schedule for the next
moved.
fiscal year? Is there a second? Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. My sense is that due to the late hour, we may not want to try and pull the trigger on this tonight. This could
Make
be
motion
like
to-
our, well, we can, for a moment, at least let them introduce it to us, but, so that way there's more time for us to review it, but also the community to offer feedback. This is setting the fees for the next fiscal year to come. So what you pay for permits, what you pay for fines and fees, special event usage, all that. Please review it, check it out. We also do need an amendment now that we have made our adoption for the regulation of poultry. There will now need to be a fee for the inspection of the chicken coops. So, want to give the administration the opportunity to roll out, flag what changes, if any.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I want to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to run through the changes.
So, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council President. As Council President said, there are numerous minor changes to go along with inflation. But the most important change is that we're sending you the fee schedule as a separate document instead of just making it part of the budget ordinance, for the exact reason that the Council President said, that as we add in new things, it is much more efficient for you to be able to handle just changing the fee schedule as opposed to changing the entire budget ordinance. So, for example, the idea of regulating chickens did not exist beforehand, and that is going to be an addition and a change that is going to need to come up. With this being a standalone document, it makes it much more efficient and easy for you to do that. But to the Council President's point, I would suggest council looking over it and asking questions next week. This is not an emergent issue that has to be done tonight.
All right, questions or deliberations? Hearing none at this juncture, do I have a motion to postpone for 1 week?
I have one question real
Okay.
quick. Is
Without
there,
objection, yes.
thank you. Is there any way that we could potentially just put an asterisk, or if there are any items, just to shoot an email to the rest of us as we're deliberating over changes we want to make, if we are at the maximum charge of, like, legal amount?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Are there potentially instances where we're sort of capped based on what the state law allows us to charge for something? Possibly?
Possibly.
Okay, yeah, that'll be good to know. All right. Councilman Rutherford moves that we postpone for 1 week. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, moved by Rutherford, seconded by Carrington. Any discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week? Hearing nothing further? Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
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 That motion carries. It'll be before us at the next city council meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of an ordinance to appropriate the sums of money necessary to meet the expenditures set forth in the budget? Okay, moved by Councilman Rutherford. Is there a second? Support. Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Parker. This is the first reading. It just acknowledges that it's been read for a first time, so that way we clear the procedural hurdle. This is not the adoption of the budget tonight, and in fact, it will probably take more than even 2 readings as we go through the process of amending, deliberating, questioning further. This is the next phase of what's been more than a month in the works in terms of all those budget hearings that we've held, the public hearing that we held last week on the proposed budget, et cetera. And so what this does now is has one full document that is available to the public, and if you need assistance in accessing what this initial budget proposal all entails, City Council will happily provide that to you. And it often reflects what has been reviewed for the last 6 weeks as well. So with that, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, anything you'd like to offer up with the budget that we are now considering?
So nothing specific from us, but Director Sadowski is here to answer any questions, and we are all here to take down suggested changes.
Okay. So the intention is, as we did last year, that we will have essentially a roster of amendments that council members will offer. The intention is for that to begin and potentially conclude next Tuesday. So please review thoroughly, engage with residents about potential changes that you wish to see considered. And that's that. That's the synopsis I have, but we can deliberate and offer questions now if there's anything further at this phase. Okay, so this would, by this vote, it just acknowledges there's been 1 reading, a first reading, and it'll be back before us for multiple readings, at the very least 1 more reading next week. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution acknowledging this first reading. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve and award the bid to a pre-qualified list of risk assessors for the home repair program and to
Support.
execute an agreement for a not-to-exceed amount of $100,000 annually for fiscal year? Moved by Rutherford, second by Parker. It's now before us. Administration, if you want to give the summary, Councilman Rutherford will be first on the speakers list.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I want to turn it over to our Economic Development Manager, Deborah Younger, but I do just want to give a couple introductory sentences, which is, as council knows, we are launching our home improvement program, and we already brought pre-approved contractors to do the bulk of that work before council, which council approved. But we also anticipate that there will be a number of challenges in homes specific to things like asbestos and lead and other items. And in order to properly abate those items as needed, and in order to make sure that contractors who are doing other work know what they're getting into in general, we'll need to make sure that we're assessing the risk of those kinds of particular specific hazards. And that's what this agenda item seeks to do, is to bring on qualified risk assessors under city contract to assess those kinds of specific health and safety risks that may be in homes. And with that, Manager Younger.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. As the Mayor indicated, this is the third contractor list of contractors we'll be entering into. We've already done general contractors and specifically lead and asbestos contractors. This is the most important, in fact, is the assessor. It's one of the most important because in order to make sure that the house is brought to decent, safe, and sanitary conditions, the assessment is important. Also to note, there are only 5 licensed assessors throughout the state. 3 of those have actually come onto our approved contractor list. So I'm pretty pleased about getting 3 of the 5 to actually agree to work in Pontiac on our home repair program.
Well done on that front, and that's a testament to your track record and experience in the field in Michigan. So thank you for leveraging that to the benefit of Pontiac taxpayers and homeowners. Any discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Rutherford, that's right.
So, Ms. Younger, this question has to do with another part of your department. I just want to ask the question. When is the actual start date will be for the small business program?
I don't have an actual start date. We're actually working on RFP now for moving forward. So sometime in the next couple of weeks, we will have an RFP to go out.
And where's the RFP listed? Is it listed other than on BidNet?
It's not actually gone out yet. Alex and I are working on drawing up an RFP. It will go on BidNet, but it also will be publicized other places.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution approving and awarding the bid to a pre-qualified list of risk assessors for the home repair program and to execute an agreement for a not-to-exceed amount of $100,000 per fiscal year. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Following public comment, we have the 4 discussion items. Then we'll have the motion to go into closed session, followed by communications, closing remarks, and other feedback from and answers from Mayor and Council. With that, public comment, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Ms. Patrice Waterman. Oh, she's okay. Mr. Thomas Lawrence.
Turn the microphone.
The button to the right.
Got it. Thank you. Good evening, citizens of Pontiac. Good evening, City Council and Mayor of Pontiac. I'm just here this evening to talk about Oakland Forward having an event that's coming up for the summer. We got a list of calendar events that I just wanted to run down real quick. And starting off with our Neighborhood Leadership Academy cohort number 2. Attendees will learn how to be a community organizer, receive education on social and economic issues, and graduate with a certificate. Next, learning how you can help revitalize your neighborhood and advocate for equitable funding for your students' education. Equitable, sorry about that. Block club organizing and parent caregiver information. Community conversations and power building series. Meet like-minded people interested in discussing community issues and learn how to utilize your power. Join us for our upcoming block parties, back-to-school party, and community events. We will have free giveaways, music, fun, food, and more. Block parties, city tours, and back-to-school. So to sign up and learn more about our upcoming events, we have a Q code that you can scan, as well as just get on our website, which you can get on that, or Instagram. You can follow us on Instagram. And also, we're looking for memberships, so we'll be doing the training for the memberships throughout the summer. So thank you for the time, and everybody else have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Bill Maxey.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac, community at large, and governance. I did have other remarks to make, but let me give you my gut feeling. Mr. Mayor, planning is very unprepared. Tonight, that presentation, definitely unprepared to present this. In fact, they threw code enforcement under the bus. Under the bus. I understand everything, President McGinnis, that was voted on tonight, the resolution, but I want, as a community leader, I want it in writing, the new, where it said tenants and landlords. By the way, Mr. Mayor, this is yours. When you were in State House, a booklet explaining to the citizens what's going on, not word of mouth. Again, it will be homeowners and pet control, however you want it worded, but send out a booklet so when my great-grandson moves here, he'll know as a homeowner what type of pets he can have in his house or whatever. We need that booklet. And it needs to come from planning. I'm very disappointed in that division. Secondly, from the back of the bus, I want to speak on this. I changed my whole format. As I look at, my remarks are from the owners of transit housing facilities. Are all of the facilities licensed? They don't have guidelines. Do they have guidelines? Why can't a booklet come out the same? Home owners of transit housing facilities and occupants guidelines. If we put more of this in booklets, word of mouth and talking, I want to see this as a trailblazer, community organizer, whatever you want to call me. I want to see it in the booklet so we will know exactly what's going on. But it was okay. I listened very, very, very carefully. Again, I said this. I hope the Planning Commission get their stuff together before they present anything else in here again. I'm totally disappointed. But at the same time, I know you hear me. I'm asking for a booklet explaining new homeowners and expectation of what type of animals or whatever, goats, pig, dogs, or whatever you're going to have. And again, for this owners of transit facilities, I'm wondering if they have guidelines. One thing I will say, the reason I say he threw them under the bus, because the director of code enforcement has a list of over 2,000 renters, landlords, without license. They're never registered in the city. Code enforcement is doing a heck of a program. And it's more than that. I just said moderately 2,500 plus or 3,000 plus. And I really enjoy working with Jack because he's right on time. He dot the I's and cross the T's. Planning is a different story. I can't see how they could be added to monitor the dogs, the cats, the pigs, and whatever. But I know what was voted on tonight. I want to see a booklet for our citizens pertaining to this pet, and also a booklet for new homeowners. Let me back up. Also a booklet for the owner of facilities, housing facilities. I'm wondering if they're registered. I got a call that said some weren't registered. And Jack, I don't want to call his name, code enforcement is on the case.
That does conclude your time.
Absolutely on the case. I don't know how they're going to have time to measure dog, cats, and chicken and puppets. I'm angry with that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Julianne Ruffin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council. I wanted to first just mention about two events that's coming up. One is the Our Fish Fund, which is happening Saturday, June 10th, 11 to 4 p.m. at Bodett Park, the Old Mill Dam. We're going to have a lot of activity. We have kids first. They're going to be doing learn how to fish with a drone, so we can get kids interested in this, in the efforts that we're doing to educate about sustainability and the environment. And it's free to all. We're having barbecue and food, so everybody come out. This is through the Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's office. And then the other one is on June 15th, which is Thursday. We've got free ice cream social. It's for the Norton Street Innovation Augusta Drain Stormwater Improvement Project, which is going to add some beautiful green space to the community on Norton Florence Street area. So we're asking people to come out. We have free ice cream, and Uncle Jerry's going to be there providing barbecue, and we want to get input to see what people want to see in that space. And we're looking to also name that area. So that's from 5 to 7, and that's Norton Street and Florence Street, and I see you all have that listed on the events section of the agenda, so I appreciate that. Now, I wanted to speak as a citizen. I am very concerned regarding this transition ordinance. I am a homeowner. I live in, and I'm going to have to look exactly how my area is zoned. It may be R4, R3. I have a plethora of halfway houses, group homes, single homes that they change into boarding houses or whatever. And as a homeowner, I'm just concerned about neighborhood resiliency, about being able to have a viable community where we're looking at home ownership, looking at making sure that we're welcoming in that way. I have had lots of conversations with people who would tell me, you know, a lot of the people in transitional housing, not all of them, that have been clustered and just saturated in certain neighborhoods, it's not good. Some of the people, a lot of the people that have utilized some of those facilities that haven't been managed very well in a lot of cases, they're not Pontiac residents, okay? I have a concern about us being a dumping ground. And there needs to be penalties. There needs to be a limit. I don't think they should all be close and next to each other. That's my concern, and I will be speaking about it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruffin. Ms. Billy Swazer? Pastor Kathy?
Let's start with the good part. I saw the new sweeper out today. He was doing a really good job. I don't know if it's one that we've rented or if we have our new ones. But it was nice to see it working. It was out on Walton Boulevard with the truck taking up another lane, unfortunately. So traffic was a little contentious because they're running an aero truck concurrent with it. So people are aware that there's a sweeper or something in another lane. So 2 lanes are taken up. And with the construction of Walton, it was a little messy. But I'm not complaining. I'm glad to have the sweeper. I thought it was wonderful. That's the end of the good. I'm very upset about the housing issue, number 5. As someone who has worked with the homeless in this city for over 7 years, I know where the houses are. I know where the people are. I've picked them up. I've taken them back. Some of the houses in Pontiac are privately owned in residential areas, loaded with bunk beds, because that's all that's in there, with a kitchen. Some of them are illegal. Some of them are legal, the people that are in them. One of the problems you're going to have is, you think you got a homeless problem now? You're going to turn those people out into the street. At least they have a place to live. We don't have any place to put these people anymore. We have begged, we have pleaded, we have done everything we know how to do to get somebody to donate buildings, but they don't. Consequently, you have the problem you have. And I'm telling you that if that, and I know how you feel about it, but you're gonna have another problem. You've got a lot of homeless. We're doing everything we can do. But if you start turning more of them out into the street, we don't have any resource now. That's number 2. Number 3, I'm really disappointed. All last year, everything was timely and well done. And this year, 2 weeks in a row now, we've had last-minute notification of things. It's an old, sad tale, and we don't want it anymore.
Thank you. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
First thing, I recognized attorneys John Clark and Samantha Capes, who are, I guess, for the closed session about the retirement lawsuit that's going on. That I was just disappointed that this should have been settled long ago. And it's about the fact that we had gotten the retirees their health care back. And we had come up with a proposal before I left office by which the retirees could get about $300 to $400 more each for their retirement pensions. And somehow, all that had to be done, very simply, was we'd gotten an actuary to say it had to have an actuarial evaluation, and then that could be figured out, and the retirees could have been getting this money now. But they're not, and we're going back to court spending more money. And I think the thing got messed up when the mayor said he was not going to abide by the settlement agreement. So now, instead of the retirees getting the money that they could have gotten, now we got to go back to court and spend how much more money? And it's 18 months, and they still don't have it. So Patrice Waterman isn't here to talk about it. I think she was going to bring that up earlier, but I do want to bring that up since I see them here, and just to tell the retirees, hold on, you've got your insurance, but let's hope you get the other benefits that we know you can get. I do want to turn back to number 15. That was a first reading of a budget ordinance, essentially. But there is no, how do you prove a first reading for something that's not even here? It's not in the packet. We don't have the ordinance. The number 15 is blank in the packet. And not only that, but the only thing we have had posted so far is just the mayor's recommended budget, which was given to you on May 1st. But that is not what has been put here, and you've had to first approve the first reading for something that's not even here. So that's just a question. Now, in terms of the budget that has been going on, I did hear one budget meeting in which we talked about, I think it was Councilman Melanie Rutherford, you asked about the $10 million that was taken out of the ARP to be put in the general fund again. And you asked about that, and we cleared up the fact that it was last year and this year, $10 million each year, like I showed you last week when I brought in the budget from last year. And the problem is that that's less money for ARP to go for COVID relief. Now, you asked, and I don't know if you ever got an answer to that, well, if you're putting in $10 million from the ARP, how come you still have a 3.1 structural deficit this year? And or did we still have it? And the answer should have been yes, but it took 5 minutes for Deputy Mayor to give you an answer because he wants to keep his job too. So, but the thing is, what's happening is that it would have been $13 million had there not then been that $10 million put in. That's what it's covering, a structural deficit. And that's what I keep trying to warn people about. Keep coming down, we're talking about the ARP. The more we advocate for people getting their ARP, the more they will make sure we get it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Kermit Williams. And then Andrea Mans is on deck.
Good evening again, Council. I don't know why I keep getting, behind. I don't think my name was on the list in that order, but maybe somebody went home in these 3 hours. First, I want to speak on behalf of Oakland Forward and thank the city for allowing us to use the Bowen Center for the warrant clinic. I know Councilman Goodman is going to talk about it a little bit, but we had over 70 people who got their warrants lifted, and then we had a countless number of others that we were able to send over to the expungement clinic that was happening in Pontiac. Just made me really proud overall, making sure that our returning citizens were taken care of, and also people were able to get change for a second strike. It was a lady who had a warrant for 17 years and was able to get that lifted. And another lady came up to me at the Lighthouse barbecue that they had after the warrant clinic and said she was able to drive for the first time in 5 years without being scared to go behind the wheel. So I want to thank all of our judges, all of the city staff, all of the community that helped to make that happen. We will be having another one, and hopefully the city can partner with us on that one in order to make it. Now I need to address something in this last minute I got. Okay, first of all, there was $6 million of RP money that was used in the budget without telling the city council. If we hadn't have froze that money, there would be no COVID money to talk about. The bottom line is the city of Pontiac doesn't have enough general fund dollars to operate all of the services that the city needs. And so unless there's a creative way to come up with some additional revenue for the city, no matter who sits up there, there's going to be a problem with a year after year deficit, because the city has to provide police, fire, EMS, safety, all the things that go along with that, also with water. And so when you're spending almost $25 million just to start on the basics, then you have to worry about quality of life. I got a minute left. I do want to address the pet issue, not from the angle of the number that y'all voted on. I think the number of animals is not the issue. It's the quality of life that the neighbors have to deal with. And so we have senior citizens that still call me, and I refer them to President McGinnis, but they call me every day because they're not able to go in their backyards and deal and be able to sit on their deck and enjoy the quality of life because their dogs are running the fence. So I heard about the tethering, but it's not the dogs that they put on the leash that's the problem. It's the dogs that's barking all night, and people have 4 or 5 of them, and we can't count them. So nobody's caring about somebody having 12 bunnies. The issue is, how are we making sure there's fencing for these new chickens that we're allowing with other things? So I'm glad y'all took the number down to 3, but I want to make sure that what y'all are doing as far as ordinances, that you ask how it affects the neighbors, not the people who also have the issue, but the people who will be affected by the changes that you make. And that's my time. I thank y'all so much for sitting there as council people. Please keep doing what you're doing with the budget and advocate more money for the citizens, small business, and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So I pronounce your name correctly because I don't want you attacking me. And is it Andrea?
My name Andrea.
Andrea Mans. Okay.
Andrea Mans. Good evening, everyone. I was surprised to see so much passion about these chickens that we met. I mean, talked at least 2.5 hours about these chickens. Well, I really don't care nothing about them, because if they come in my yard, they going in a frying pan. That's about as much as I care about a chicken. What I do care about is that I live on the south side, and I've been complaining for a long time. And at the CDC meeting, I know you heard Mayor Grimo about the staging on Highland Street. So as far as that staging, I guess that's what it's really called, that happened Saturday. And I did call Melanie and Councilwoman Rutherford, and I was quite upset because it woke me up. So let's see. I want y'all to hear some of what I heard. You can't really see it. It was about 30, 40, 50 cars going down Highland for at least 2 blocks. They were revving their engines, walking around in front of my bedroom window, talking like they was at home, or really just disrespectful. And I didn't appreciate it. I was sick. It scared my granddaughter. And so I don't think she was able to get anything accomplished. We called the police. They didn't really do anything. I don't know what the deal is when you call for disturbing of the peace. The noise ordinance, I guess, starts at 7 o'clock, which I know the city council has the ability to change that time. And I would appreciate it if y'all could, because I'm not the only one over there. I'm the one that's capable of getting up and coming and going as I please. There are elderly people over there that cannot come and go as they please. So they can't just come here and randomly complain about the same thing that I'm complaining about. So it's not just me. I'm just the only one that's showing up here. And I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired about that noise. You all get to sleep in peace. You get to wake up when you want to. I should be able to do it too. And another thing about, it's 9:30. Y'all have this whole agenda about stuff that we can't even speak on. You talk all day. You talk for hours and hours on one subject. And then by the time it's time for public comment, everybody ready to go home and go to bed, and that's why people leave. Maybe that's what you want them to do. You want them to get so tired of waiting that they get up and leave, because this could have been moved up. We could talk, you could hear what we got to say, you could address it, and we could leave. And all this other stuff that you're talking about, it really don't concern us because we can't speak on it. Don't nobody want to be around a whole bunch of funky chickens and pigs, cows, whatever else you getting in your yard. I think that's disrespectful to the people that's next door, because they do emanate a smell. Whether they're in a cage or not, you can't get rid of that smell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maz. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
Well, I guess everything has been said as it relates to chickens and pigs, one thing and another. I asked last week about the bra that came off the top of the Phoenix Center, and it was taken down by a contractor. And I asked what the fee was, since there's an insurance coverage that had to be paid to the contractor. How much money was the contractor paid to take it down? I know that somebody, either in administration or at that table, should have an idea or know what it costs, because I know that the insurance claim was turned in, but I need to know the dollar amount. Number two, I gave to you, Deputy Mayor, I don't know if that's of any interest to you, that document, but I am concerned about the owner, who supposedly is the owner, who's running the parking structure and so on. Why isn't the city code enforcement forcing that person to do what they're making everybody else in the city do? And it's not fair. If someone else is in charge, get in his butt too. Now, I know a whole lot of people ain't gonna like the idea to have to get rid of their pets, but it's gonna be tough that you're gonna have to call the city. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to call the city building department to see if you can flush your toilet. Now, what kind of shit is that? Thank you very much.
Order, no profanity in the chambers.
That ain't no bad word. You do it every day.
Mayor Greimel, the citizen asked last week as well, do you have a quick answer, or do you want to add it to the agenda next week in terms of what's the total amount the contractor was paid for the tattered remains that were removed?
I don't know the figure offhand. Deputy Mayor Stevens, do you know the answer?
If you want to figure a way so we can report that out.
Absolutely, yeah. I did not know that it had been asked last week.
Ms. Gloria Miller.
Where do I want to start? I am. You know, first I'm gonna start with my pet peeve. You know, you pass the order. I just told you last week there was a dog on my street running around, had the whole damn, running around afraid, seniors on my street. I had to help them. Look, the mayor said he got 10 code enforcement people. Look at the city. Councilman Parker, no disrespect, but I've been in District 5 for years, 20, 30 years. It's a disaster, okay? And it's not your fault. Coming along that corridor, Walton, that grass is getting so tall. I don't know, you're turning your subdivision, that one over there on the end. I had a problem with that one too. Over on Perry, over there by Social Security, it's getting a mess, getting tall. Let me move on over. I don't know if it's Mike Hill or it's got to be Mike Hill District. Nope, I'm wrong. Mr. Carrington is yours. Over there on Joslin by Chief Credit Union. All the way down that strip. I go up and down there every morning going to Sam get gas every morning because I stay out of town so much riding because I get irritated with Pontiac sometimes because we come to these meetings, we sit here and discuss, but we go home to the same situations. People calling me grass growed up, dogs chasing them. I don't have anything against anybody animals, but we know that there's people in this city do not take care of their animal. I don't care what they is. It could be a roach if they won't take care of it. Code enforcement, if code enforcement would take care of their business in the city, we wouldn't have not one problem. So code enforcement, Mayor, ain't doing their job. I'm calling you out. I'm calling code out. And I like them. Because if I can ride, and I use a tank of gas every day going to Sam, ride in this city, I ain't got nothing to do. You shouldn't have left me, put me on this side, because I can look at everything now. It's in me who I am. I love my city. There are people in this city that want a decent living. They want to be able to come outside. I can't even sit on my deck. I can't even sit on my deck. The dog come at me. And it's just not me, it's everyone in this city. The small things in this city, what we want. We want something for our tax dollar. We want something for it. She shouldn't have to wake up with M1 because the big business wins. That's why I said be careful about bringing this downtown Pontiac because it don't work for us. It don't work for us. It works for somebody else. And then, too, I want to also say this. You know, Pontiac is sick and tired of being sick and tired. We're not as stupid as you guys got us. You guys talked about us last time. You make a decision, you haven't read the stuff. You never vote on anything that you haven't read. June 10th, I'm an African-American woman. When I come down here and I say Pontiac, I'm not just talking about black people. I got white constituents I love. I got Puerto Rican. June 10th is a black day. First of all, you're excluding a race of people. You should have just had a 4th of July for everybody.
Does conclude your time.
Because they're all going to pay for it.
I do want to offer that next week we have subcommittee reports. Yesterday we had the Economic Development Subcommittee. Code enforcement did 1,400 actions in May alone and 523 rental inspections in May alone. So yes, there's definitely more room for improvement, but I just want to support the city staff that work very hard to do nearly 2,000 inspections and actions in 1 month.
Thank Ms. Miller. Ms. Tamika Ramsey.
Good evening. I wrote my comments down so I could stay on point. First of all, let me start off by apologizing for my comments last week. They may have come across as confrontational, and that was not my intent. In the short of things, I am passionate about small business support. The long of it is T. Ramsey and Associates has provided support for small businesses since 2015. For many years, it was using my own personal resources, my time, and my money. Because of these years of work, many small business owners come to me with issues and concerns. So please forgive me if my passion came across as anything else. I appreciate Councilman Nicholson's closing remarks as I went home and watched all of the closing remarks. Also, thank you to Councilman Goodman. We are aware, I'm aware of how much money the city has allocated for small businesses. I've talked to the mayor, I've been coming to meetings, but what I don't appreciate is that other small business owners aren't getting the same communication. They're trying to keep their businesses open. They're trying to make a living taking care of their families, and they just don't know what's happening. And in lieu of information, people make stuff up. People come across with things. You have people who used to run government that comes up here and creates fabrications every single week. And then you have people thinking that these things are true because they're not as engaged in the city. And so all I ask is that we have constant and regular communication with our small business owners. access has been really important to me. It shouldn't be about who you know to get the resources and the help to improve your quality of life. And that has been really important to me because as a teenager that was pregnant, I didn't know people. I didn't have resources. And I saw other people who did. And so all I'm asking is that we keep communication up and keep it regular for the business owners who have to figure out what they're going to do, what their next step will be if this funding isn't made available, and when it is, like, what do they need to do? Like, people are trying to figure this out. And so that was all I was asking. I get a little passionate and frustrated sometimes, and I know the power of words, but I also know the power of action. And so I would never ask that you do things that are not in order, that are not long-term thinking. I would never come up here and ask the city to put themselves or the residents in a bad position. But what I will continue to do is ask that you keep regular communication for people who run businesses in this city. I also wanted to talk about the dogs as well, the animals. I don't really have a problem with it, but I'm scared to take a walk down my street on 2nd Avenue because there are loose dogs. And if we're going to be focusing on these things, I really do hope that we are able to have a number to call when those dogs are loose so that we can enjoy our community just like any other community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. President McGinn, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Were there anyone who wanted to speak that hadn't spoke yet? Yes, ma'am.
Administration Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I'm speaking as residents. I understand the situation that council is at hand, trying to clean up a situation that's, to us, may seem minute. Animals are not minute when you don't have animal control in the city. We do not have that. We have maybe if you call a police officer and he's at a standstill. But what we really have to look at as residents, Pontiac was the dumping ground for everybody to come into a city when they couldn't go nowhere else. The people here in Pontiac, not only are they low income, and we're not high income like other cities, but we are at the bottom of the totem pole. When halfway houses, what you guys consider as halfway houses, your attorney put it very clear. 6 people and under are considered renters. That does not make it a halfway house. It means they're renting property. Where these people come from, they're not coming from Pontiac. They're coming from other cities, the surrounding cities, Waterford, Birmingham, Troy, you name it. But they come in Pontiac to stay a certain period of time and they leave. But it's a revolving door of renters. Now, does code enforcement go in there to see the condition? Are they regging these revolving doors of people? No, they're not regging these people. But we made a mess. Pontiac has been made a mess for the last 10 years at least, and I mean at least, and it's more than that, has been the dumping ground, period. You're asking people to help you clean up, but my question to you, the administration, mayor, deputy, and council, how do you clean up a mess that's so overwhelming that it's blocking out the people? Especially when you have investors that can go to an auction and have an unlimited property that they can purchase and turn it into rental property. It doesn't matter how the condition the property is. If they put a door up, code enforcement said they got a door up. So they're allowed to rent rooms out or homes out for $1,500. So my question to the administration, with all due respect, and to the council, the mess that's in here, it's outside mess being bought inside of Pontiac. Investors are our mess. The investors are the ones who's getting the breaks to get away with things. The big M1, we've been crying in District 1. Our council person's been crying. We cannot handle the pressure that M1 is, but that's an investor. So the whole thing is not the residents you're listening to. It's like be damned, excuse me, this is not a curse word, but be damned the residents, and let's cater to the out-of-state investors who's not taking care of their grasses, not doing that, and overcharging in rent.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. That can,
Council President, I appreciate this opportunity. I know I didn't get down there in time enough to sign up, so I appreciate the opportunity. I just want to say, just in closing, that we have to look at our city in a way that trying to rebuild it is a great thing, but we need to be very innovative. We got to be innovative, because trying to go through and undo all the things that hasn't happened over the years, I'm a little bit cautious that we will ever change the dynamics here. And if we truly want to be changing the dynamics, our investment needs to be in the residents. We have to invest in our residents if we want to change the dynamics. Our real estate here seems to be of value to people outside this city. And I agree, real estate is a very important component. But what makes Pontiac, Pontiac is the people who've been here for years, and those are the ones who have very limited income from situations that this has happened in this city. There once was a time when we had a General Motors who was basically the baseline for Pontiac. That's been gone for a long time. And we have to find ways to be more innovative in how we take care of our residents and invest in our residents. And it doesn't need to be a knee jerk. It needs to be planned out. And hopefully, collectively, we can do it. I believe if we look at it differently, we can make a difference here. But if we keep trying to just redo like it was before, it won't work. But I want to be optimistic that if we can be innovative of how we invest into our residents, we can make a difference. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Jones.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed into closed session? Oh, I'm sorry. We have discussions. Warrant Clinic. Councilman Goodman.
Good evening, everyone. Just to bring out something that was mentioned earlier, I do want to say thank you to everyone, including my colleagues who came up to the warrant clinic that happened this Saturday at the Bowen Center. Give a huge shout out to Oakland Forward, obviously, not just from a community perspective. I greatly thank them for doing this work. We were able to help clear up situations, whether they be bench warrants, tickets, misdemeanor warrants for over 70 people in the city of Pontiac. And as a person who comes from the part of the community where, again, neighbors, friends, family all had some type of interaction with law enforcement, so being able to see this work being done in our community by a community organization with invested interests is massive. Give a huge shout out to the judges who were involved, because it's one thing to have activists trying to do things in the community around criminal justice and equity and making sure that people aren't really being screwed over by the system, but it's a separate and more important thing that even the judges in our community were more than down and more than hands-on, and making sure that the people in our community got the resources and the help that they needed, spending hours out of their day to help not only, well, one, do the event, but all the planning that happened beforehand. All the different community groups, including Black Voters Matter, but especially groups that are here in the city of Pontiac who came out and helped do a lot of that work. As well as the Bowen Center senior staff, I just really want to highlight the importance of how much this was able to do in combination, but separately from the expungement fair, being able to meet a part of the criminal justice process that many people are affected by, but we really don't talk about. I mean, this was the first warrant clinic in the North. I keep saying it that way because it sounds crazy and monumental when you say that, but to point it out that this is the first one in the North. The first one that happened was in the city of Pontiac, and we did it for our residents. And as mentioned before, another one will be happening in the fall, with the details to follow soon, hopefully to reach even more people, because this is massively important to me personally, but I would say to Oakland Forward and the community as a whole, with how many people came out, not only to participate and receive help, but who are simply just there to be a part of the community and to bring other people to get the help. And I'll speak personally in saying that Oakland Forward has my support as a council person when it comes to doing this warrant clinic, because just to be fully honest, a good chunk of the people who needed that help were from apartments in my district when we did canvassing. I mean, there are a lot of people literally in North Hill Farms who needed that help and who came out. So personally, I will be helping do the one in the fall, and I hope that my colleagues do that as well. But overall, I want to just highlight the massive good that happened this Saturday.
Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to say it was the most beautifulest thing in the world to see judges hug people who didn't think they had a chance. There was an individual who, when she walked in, she was shaking, and to watch the humanistic side of Judge Gross and to watch Judge Bowie like really comfort these people, making them feel safe. It touched me. And so Oakland Forward doesn't just do that, they do so much more, but it was the best thing I've ever been to in regards to making sure people have a seat at the table. So I just want to openly say thank you, and thank you.
Further discussion on this item? Thank you to Oakland Forward for your leadership and proactive approach in this important service for our community. Our next discussion item, Pride and Beautification Awards. The nominations are now open. The deadline is July 15th. Nominate your neighbors, nominate yourself, nominate somebody that's gone above and beyond this year, and those are available online at the council page of the city's website, outside the city council offices. You can take a batch tonight. Council members will be bringing them to their district meetings, sharing them at events and in the neighborhood. So just want to put that out there. Nominate your friends, neighbors, those that are going above and beyond to beautify and enhance our wonderful city. Any further discussion on that item? All right, the next discussion item, Councilwoman James brought up, will the Woodward Dream Cruise have a snarling mess on Woodward Avenue and South Boulevard? Will that work be done in time to spare us the hell, not a swear word, hell, kidding. Anyway, the headaches that would come on the third weekend in August.
Yeah, the answer is that what MDOT is saying is that everything will be open to traffic well in advance of the Dream Cruise. Now, I will note that MDOT also said that the southbound Woodward lanes would be open by May 26th, which obviously has not happened. And you know, I've cautioned that MDOT often runs behind on their work, but their latest update is mid-June, and I don't foresee any scenario where those lanes aren't open well in advance of the Woodward Dream Cruise. So I don't think we need to worry about the Woodward Dream Cruise. What we do need to worry about is the day-to-day traffic snarls that we're encountering, and encountering longer than we should have to because MDOT's running behind schedule. But we do anticipate that those lanes will be open in the next few weeks.
Further discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion, the final item, status update for the South Boulevard and Crystal Lake dumping situation. Councilman Rutherford?
I am so happy to announce that the dumping has been removed. I just want to thank Jack Mack, who came in on Saturday, got sworn in by the judge, and got it actually approved to get removed. I'm looking forward to us speeding up the process because dumping is a huge issue. And to the administration, I understand my frustration comes from a place that my constituents don't care about how I get it done. They just want it done. So I thank you guys for listening to what they had to say and finally working with me and supporting the agenda of District 1. So I just appreciate that. That's it.
Any further discussion? Mayor Graham?
Well, I too want to thank Jack McIntyre and his team, and our code enforcement workers do work incredibly hard. I know, President McGinnis, that you mentioned the 2,000 or nearly 2,000 enforcement actions that they took in May alone, but we do have, as I think people have reflected upon, a big backlog of blight in this community that has been building for decades, and it's going to take time to reduce that blight. Yes, we now have 10 code enforcement inspectors. Yes, we now have a good code enforcement manager. But that doesn't mean that it's like flipping a light switch and everything gets cleaned up overnight when this blight has been building for 20-plus years. So I do just want to give credit where credit is due. Code enforcement is doing a lot, but it takes time to cut down on blight that has taken 20 years to accumulate.
Councilman Nicholson?
Just a flag also on the cusp of District 1 and 2, the dumping that happened at the boat launch in Bodette Park is still there. I did follow back up today, and they said it's assigned to our work crew, but just an FYI to the residents that is under, it's coming. They'll get out there as soon as they can.
Hearing no further discussion on that, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to
So
proceed in
moved.
closed session? Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. We'd be moving to closed session pursuant to MCL 15.243 subsection G and to sections 8 subsection E and 8 subsection H of the Open Meetings Act to discuss and consider a written confidential legal opinion related to the city's participation in active PFAS litigation and also U.S. Federal District Court case number 212CV12830. Hearing no further discussion, just want to share that we will vote when we come out of closed session, announce the time we come out, and then proceed with the agenda. We intentionally made all items of business and public comment happen in advance of this closed session, to the consternation of the attorneys who have been cooling their heels and racking up fees that they're charging us. But public engagement is tantamount. So with that, roll call and adoption of the motion to go in closed session. Clerk Doyle.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
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 Nicholson?
Also yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
We are in closed session at
Karen,
9:57 p.m.
Look here. We gonna be here till
Anyone like any private education nomination for?
Park. I'm sorry, Max. I called you yesterday and I got this. No, I didn't look at this phone. I was tired. What's this? We'll talk in the morning.
All right, is there a motion to come out of closed
So
session?
moved. Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, second by Councilman Nicholson. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. We've come out of closed session at 11:05 p.m. We are at communications. You can find that on the agenda of City Council, available online or in person. Mayor's office, communications.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Just another reminder of the Galloway Lake Park redesign project visioning session that is taking place next Monday, June 12th, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Right here at City Hall. So we hope folks come out to share their thoughts about what they'd like to see in the future for Galloway Lake Park.
All right, Mayor Grimo, closing comments.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few quick things in answer to some questions that were asked this evening. So, number one, we are going to be sending out our first quarterly city newsletter later this week. So by the end of this week, they should all be in the mail. And that will include information about how to view a landlord and tenant guide online that will include tenant rights. And so I wanted to make sure that folks know that we are trying to get the word out about tenant rights. And please stay tuned. You'll be receiving this mailed newsletter that will have a link indicated in it where folks can go online and get more information about tenant rights. Also, I wanted to make sure that folks know that the housing ordinance that is being discussed by City Council will not, just because of legal restrictions on retroactivity, apply to existing housing facilities. I know a member of the public asked what will happen to residents in existing facilities that may not be in compliance with that ordinance. Also, wanted to make sure that folks know that the staging of the cars off of South Boulevard is a very, very serious concern to all of us, and we are going to be putting out signs on those streets making it clear that drivers cannot drive through those streets to get to M1 Concourse. The problem this Saturday is, as I've been told, is that deputies did not believe they could issue tickets because there was not signage that made it clear that those streets are not for through traffic to M1 Concourse. So the city will be putting up signs to make that clear so that deputies can write tickets in the future if those dynamics occur again. Lastly, I wanted to correct misinformation that's again been spread. The current fiscal year deficit is roughly $3 million before applying the $10 million in ARPA funds. Once those funds are applied, the city is at a surplus for the current year. I know there was misinformation expressed earlier in the meeting to the contrary. That's all I have, Mr. President.
And just to clarify, and that's just in terms of what has been documented or budgeted on paper. There are many line items in the budget where not all of the money has been expended. So when it all shakes out, it would probably be that there is either negligible or no operating deficit. But in terms of what is budgeted and approved on paper, there might be that gap. But when the money is all shaked out, I mean, I've seen in many of these budget line items, a fraction of it's being utilized just due to staffing limitations and supply chain issues.
That's correct. So it may turn out that even before the application of the $10 million of ARPA funds, that there is very little, if any, maybe even no budget deficit even before the application of the ARPA dollars. That's true. We'll have to wait until the books are fully closed on the end of the fiscal year. But what we do know is that the misinformation spread this evening was patently false.
Deputy Mayor Stevens, Clerk Doyle, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Be as wise as a serpent, but as harmless as a dove. I like that the mayor uses the word misinformation. It makes him sound intelligent. I'm going to use another word. It's just lies. It's simply lies. Every week, I sit here and I listen to the same people who sat on this side or who was the mayor just lie. Lie about the sky's blues. Say the sky's orange, but the sky's really blue. Lie about misquoting comments I made when I simply asked the question so that I could have clarity, and then turn it around and make it into a defense mechanism to try to cause shade in the room. That doesn't work with me, people. At the end of the day, I just like bottom lines. That's why I asked the questions. When is it gonna start? Who's gonna do it? How was it handled? So I like that the mayor, he finesses real good with that word misinformation. I'm gonna just start calling people liars because I just don't have the energy in me anymore to sugarcoat it. I have for over a year listened to people complain. They complain because we have members of the LGBTQ community on council. They complain because they don't like pastors on the council. They complain because we're people that have had run-ins with the law. At the end of the day, everybody up here is trying to do stuff for the betterment of the city. And so the next time somebody get up there and he says misinformation, I'm just say, you lying, because that's what you doing. On a different note, I again want to thank code enforcement because even though I give them a hard time, and I realize that I do, they do their job, just not in the timely fashion that I want them to do. And my prayer is that we make it sooner so that everybody can stop always lying and complaining. Because the more you scratch a lie, you catch a thief. And on that note, I say good night.
Councilman Nicholson.
Just want to remind District 2 residents that commercial trailers and boats are not permissibly be parked in front of residential and on residential streets. So make sure that if you have boats out, that you park them in your driveway or you find alternative parking arrangements for them. There have been several boats that are taking up a lot of space on the streets, and we all know that we have very limited driveway space in the historic districts. So please do be a good neighbor. Otherwise, they will be tagged, then they will be towed. You don't want that to happen because it's very expensive to get those big trailers out of Adler. Apart from that, we are finishing and still conducting our sign audit, so I will put that out at district meetings as well as up on my Facebook page. So if there are signs that you're aware of that were there in past years, we will submit those. DPW will determine whether or not they were removed for purpose or they were removed by a neighbor. And then I just want to clear up one thing related to our first reading of the budget. It was said that the information's not in the packet. I know our council president said he would certainly make that available. But on the city's Facebook page, you can certainly go back and see every one of those budget hearings are posted there. They were recorded. We go, department by department and hear all of those. And there will be intense discussions moving forward. So that information will be there, and you'll hear all of our amendments as well. So if you have any questions, of course, you can reach out to me if I'm your council person or your council person, respectively, to get anything you're interested in.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. As I was sitting and listening, I just want to restate something that I heard out of the group today, that Pontiac has 20 years of mess, yet they expected us to fix it in 18 months. If you couldn't fix it when you was at the table, why don't you allow us the privilege of fixing it while we're at the table without having to deal with all the complaints? I want to make sure that everybody in District 5 is aware that we will be having our District 5 meeting, 6 p.m., Lions Den, City Hall. Look forward to seeing everyone there. And I make a special invitation to our previous council member to come and share with us, as I always do, because I know she has a lot to say, a lot to share. So come to our district meeting and see if we can't work these things out together, because I truly understand that we should be in concert, not in competition. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, I want to thank the council for the resolution on resilience on tonight, and I look forward to our first presentation. We've asked Ms. Dila Nicole, who is Director of Identify Your Dream. She's going to be our first presenter when we start the process. That our president will let us know when we get that scheduled, but I'm looking forward to seeing this topic continuously grow in our city. On the third Thursday, June 22nd, is our District 4 City District Council meeting. It will be held at the Newmont Moriah International Church, 313 Walton Boulevard at 6 p.m. Also, in closing, the parking lot looks good.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, good night.
Hi, I'm Mike McGinnis, representing District 7. Just want to make sure everyone on Pontiac's east side is aware that our next monthly meeting is open and welcoming to you the second Monday of every month, 7 o'clock p.m. at Prospect Church. So this coming Monday, June 12th at 7 p.m., free gathering open to all for our monthly meeting for District 7 residents. You can reach me as always at 248-410-0702 if you have any questions about that meeting or opportunities to collaborate in the days and weeks in between, council meetings, district meetings, you name it. There are many resources and opportunities for us to work together to improve our neighborhood, and I'm so grateful that so many people reach out, because you are the eyes and ears that best know what's going on your block at all times of the day and the night. So that way we can make sure as many city resources are going to address decades of challenges. So with that, good night. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That motion carries. We are adjourned at 11:17 p.m. Good night.